you all so early. Oh, there's the one. That's one.
He's holding us up.
Hey. It's called Order City of Fort Ritchie City Council meeting Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. I'd like to invite certainly appeals for the invocation. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
So, Father God, we come to you again. We just thank you for this City Hall meeting. Lord, we thank you for the council, the board members, and each department here. Lord, I just ask you to continue to give them wisdom as they work together for the better of your kingdom and for America and for Florida and for the citizens and for their own family, a place where we work, live, and play. And I just thank you, Lord, that everything will be done. There's a lot of things on the agenda tonight. So, Lord, I won't announce all the codes, but just thank you that they'll get the purchase of the vehicle they need. And and it's electric vehicle, so thank you that we could cut down on fuel and work together as a team. And I will share a scripture for them. So in Psalms 33:12, America will be known, blessed as a nation whose God is the Lord, a faithful people who he has chosen for to be blessed. As we say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, bless us all in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, you take roll, please.
Mayor John Eric Hoover.
Here.
Vice Mayor Linda Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilman Tom Kinsella.
Here.
Councilman David Mueller.
Present.
Councilwoman Cherokee Sampson.
Here.
City Attorney Nancy Meyer.
Here.
City Manager Matthew Cobbler.
Here. Thank you. First, I approve council minutes. I'm going to do it in two blocks. On the first, 2/13/2024, I have a change to point out. If I roll down to page 11, at the bottom of page 11, you'll see where it says Mayor Hoover expressed concerns about the city paving roads that have had the reclamite process, and that not exactly true. What I was expressing was that I had concerns about the city reclamiting roads that were not planned to be reclamited, but planned to be paved. So obviously we need to pave roads regardless of whether they're reclamited or not, but I just want to make sure that was a change in there because I was concerned about spending the extra reclamite money on roads that didn't need to be reclamited. If any other comments on that subject, if you guys make a motion.
Motion to approve minutes from February 13th, 2024.
Second,
And that motion with the update, correct?
with the corrections.
With corrections.
With corrections, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Abstained. I was not present at that meeting.
Okay. Motion carries. Then if I get a motion for the other set of minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes from 2/27/2024.
Second.
Motion second for discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, comments from the general public. I have 3 signed up. First up is Danny Fields. Welcome. Actually, before you start, let me just say the set of words here. We got public participation is encouraged. If you're addressing a council, step to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Please limit your general comments to 3 minutes. For comments on action items, please limit comments to 3 minutes on the current topic. Please limit your conversations while sitting in the audience during council business and silence your cell phones so as not to interfere with everyone's ability to hear the comments of both the public and the council during that time. Thanks, Danny. Welcome.
My name's Danny Fields, 8114 Leo Kid. Again, I know, since I'm a minister, I like to quote a lot of scriptures, but coming here, I just ask for wisdom like I did. And I want to thank you for your service. And, as we're doing the 40 days of prayer, it's targeted it's called Seven Mountains of Influence, and that's got to deal with society and government. And so this whole week we're on education. That's why it talks about wisdom. And it says this in Proverbs 3:13, happy is the man or woman who finds wisdom, those who gain understanding, for it's precious, better than profit, than silver or gold. And why do I say that? Because money's good. We all need money, work and play and live and eat and enjoy and leave an inheritance to our kids. But wisdom is from God. This is why America was founded. And then when you're sick and you need healing and help, so money, you could use it to spend for doctors, but sometimes you just need faith in the Creator and then watch Him heal you. I'm a testimony that I was given 6 months to live and God healed me. So the Word of God is true. So I just want to thank you and encourage you in that. That's why I do ask for wisdom every time we pray. And we do have that coming up in the park. We had another church. I'm working with areas around here that are getting involved. I'm trying to get more people at the meeting. I got Tim. We run into each other today, and he was dealing with stuff. He works here. He's got a business, so he's going to come up and speak, dealing with the issues that you guys deal with. So as we hear about citizens and businesses and workplaces for redevelopment, the more people that get online and watch and get involved, the better that we have a bigger view of everything so we can work together to fix these issues and come up with good solutions. I'm also working with Somebody Cares Now, trying to put a team together, even though we're a small area, to deal with homeless, with the Homeless Coalition, Metropolitan Ministries. And so I'm looking to try to fill these gaps to make it better for us to live here and deal with the issues that we have to deal with as a city. And that helps the fire department as well and the police. They can only do so much because there's laws, and Nancy knows that so we could then work together and resolve these problems. So thank you, and you have a nice day. Blessings.
Thanks, Dan. Up ahead, Jason. Welcome.
Chet Jasek, 5134 Miller Bayou Drive. I can't stay for the whole meeting, but I had wind that the council's considering buying an electric vehicle. And myself, I've had 3 hybrid vehicles, gas and electric. And every time I've had 3 different ones, I just bought a new one this past week. They get 50 to 55 miles a gallon. You don't have to have a charger out here in the side of the building to charge it in. You don't have to worry about plugging in. When it's low on battery, it charges itself with a motor. It's just a big expense. I did a lot of research on it, on electric cars, and I've had friends that had them, and they've actually traded them in shortly after they got them because they've been a pain in the butt, just trying to keep them charged. And just for the mileage, you can't go very far with them. City, you don't have to worry about it because we only got about 3 miles here to do it. But just the expense. I mean, I just bought a brand new car, and I spent less than $30,000 on it. It has a lot of features on it, and I'm getting, like I said, 50 miles a gallon on it. So I can't see spending $48,000 for a car that we probably won't keep more than 3 years. It seems like we get rid of cars every 3 or 4 years. It's just crazy expense for me to see this city spend on. So my 2 cents is being a hybrid person for a long time now. They work great and gets lots of mileage and a lot cheaper. And I know you can buy hybrids. Like I said, I shop Kia, I shop Priuses, I shop the Hyundais, and actually I bought a Hyundai this time, but I've had 3 different kinds and they've all been great. So take in consideration the expense you're going to have to pay for electricity, for putting a charging station out here, and for the number of miles you actually use on a car. Thank you.
Thanks, Chet. Next one I have signed up is Timothy Schaefer.
Shedler, that's all right. I'm broken finger here, so.
No problem.
My name is Timothy Shedler, 7827 Clark Moody Boulevard in Port Richey. I'll keep my comments really short. I just wanted to thank you all here during the pandemic when things were closed down. We ended up moving during that time, and you guys really helped us to get back to business soon. I also wanted to just say we really appreciate you guys working with the churches here and the homeless and all this stuff. It really does mean a lot to the city and everything, specifically the chief. Love you over there. He's a good guy. And that's all I wanted to say. I'm probably not going to stay the whole meeting, 'cause working man, and I got to get home to, kids and family. Thank you.
Okay, can I share something with him real quick, if it's okay? He got some mechanic business, so if you need your car fixed.
I paid the taxes to you guys anyway.
Thanks. That's all I have signed up. By show of hands, anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, we'll pull it back. Comments from the city manager. Turn on Mr. Koppler for his comments.
Good evening, everyone. I provided everyone my written comments, so I'll just kind of go through these pretty quickly so we can move on to business. The first one, actually, you're going to have to act upon. The quarterly town hall meeting scheduled for March 19th will need to be rescheduled due to the conflict we'll have with the Florida's primary election, which is on the same date. As you may know, the council chambers here are a voting precinct, so we will need to pick a new date for that. Second, wanted to make you aware that on March 14th, staff and I will be meeting with the Pasco County Metropolitan Planning Organization as well as Pasco County Transportation Engineering Department. The meeting is scheduled to review the scope of the intersection improvements at Grand Boulevard and US 19 and discuss the process to formalize an interlocal agreement for the county to manage the construction and or engineering should we be funded through state programs. And I may have mentioned at the last meeting that we've been working with the MPO, the county MPO, to actually get the intersection improvements onto their transportation improvement program list. And getting it there, once it's on there, if it's approved, it goes to the state, and the state will determine if it's worth funding. And so as we know, that particular intersection and the safety enhancements that we're going to be making there could be expensive and could be in the neighborhood of anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000. So the county is under the direction of the state to actually do some small projects like this. So the county is very excited about working with us and help us get funding. The downside is that it could very well mean that the funding comes late in the year, and maybe we wouldn't be able to do the project until early next year. But again, I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Let's get there first. The plan is still to get the engineering done and see where we are from there. Part of in my discussion with the NPO, I had asked the question if the county would consider actually doing the engineering for us. And so I haven't got that answer. I'm assuming that answer is going to come at that meeting. So therefore, we didn't proceed with putting back on the agenda the information for your consideration for engineering. We still have a couple items we need to button up as well. But I will find out on Thursday whether it's a possibility the county could help us out with that. Again, we probably would still have to pay them to do the work, but I'm assuming that their work would be a little less expensive than going out into the marketplace. So I'll keep you posted on the results of that. We recently received the third quote for migrating and updating the city's website to a new provider. We're planning on bringing that recommendation to you at an upcoming meeting. I don't know if it'll be the next meeting or the first meeting in April. We still have a little bit of due diligence on the background to be able to show you why we think that one is better than another. The quotes that we received range anywhere from $3,795 first year up to $17,709, depending upon the different options that you select. And then the second year costs range from $2,000 all the way up to $18,000. Again, all of the providers we looked at, functionality of their services are a lot higher than what we currently have, and the ease of use is much improved over what we have. So we believe that regardless of who we would select, we feel that we're going to get a better product that will serve the residents and the city a lot better than we're at right Let you know, we've begun the 24-25 budget process. The finance director and myself have been meeting with the departments to go over their requests and establishing funding priorities for the upcoming year. As we do this, we'll keep in mind the goals that council discussed and formulated to help us put together that spending plan that will ultimately come to you for approval. We are in the process of finalizing the proposed capital improvement plan for the next 5 years. Once we have this draft plan completed, and it's a little bit out of sync maybe from your perspective, but every place I've been, generally before the budget process really starts, we sit down with council and go over kind of where we see the capital improvement priorities are. And we get direction from that, because what generally happens is there's a lot of requests, but then reality sets in because here's the operational costs and where our revenues, and we don't necessarily have the ability to fund all the department requests. So we like to have that conversation with you to prioritize what's in front of you. So as we put the budget together, it meets what you expect, and you don't have to spend time saying, well, we didn't want that. So it makes the process a little bit easier. At the last council meeting on the item regarding the Florida Boating Improvement Grant, the discrepancy was pointed out in the amount of match the city needed to contribute. I think my remarks early on, it stated there was a 50-50 funding match. But when you got to the actual item, it stated that we were going to be providing a match of 15%, which is $84,750. So there was a little bit of confusion in that, as it was explained to me and how I conveyed it on to you. The facts are that we are actually providing a 15% match, which is the $84,000. The grant itself does not require a match. It's actually 100%, but in an effort to put us in a better scoring position with the state, staff felt it would be good to put money towards it. So conceivably, if we were awarded this grant, we would get away with only spending $84,000 to do the same project that we submitted an application a month ago, which would be a 50-50 match. And again, if we're fortunate, maybe we get both, and that's part of our matching. So we would limit our amount to this $84,000. So I just wanted to clear that up. And then the last thing I have written is I know at the last meeting there was a question about the benches for Waterfront Park. I saw an email earlier today from the Public Works Utilities Director, stated that the park benches have been delivered, and Public Works will be installing those benches next week.
Thanks, man. Anything else? I'll pass it to my left tonight with Councilwoman Sampson. I'll start. Any comments?
I would just like, I hope I can, as everyone knows, I am with the Port Richey Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, and we're having a meet and greet next tomorrow from 6 o'clock to 7:30, and everyone is welcome to attend.
Thanks. Councilwoman, or Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Can I, Mr. Koppler, on the Knicks Park, so when we voted on that, it was a 50-50, and so we were going to be in for maybe like $250,000 at that point when we voted yes, correct?
The original grant.
The original, yes. So that's what we approved, and now it's only 15%. So is this grant this has been approved?
No. This will be submitted.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I said it was approved. If it was okay, okay.
Yeah, we actually at the last meeting, which kind of spurred this question, we had asked for permission to be able to sign the letter,
Right.
send it. So,
Okay.
So
Okay. So,
that will
this
be
is
sent
still
the
not
20th.
approved yet. This is if
Yeah.
it should get
yeah,
approved.
yeah,
Hopefully, this is our
yes.
contribution.
Yeah, this
is
one, I mean,
15%.
of the two grants, this is a more lucrative
Absolutely.
one for the city.
That's why I
where
wanted to
we
be
had
very
spent
clear
less.
to make sure that okay, very good. In the reports, one of the things that I read was about the for the police dogs, the heat indicator. Is that already ordered? Is that done? Do we have something already in place for the dog or no? No. Sorry, Chief, I didn't ask you. I didn't.
Yes, we were awarded a grant for the heat sensor,
and we're waiting the vehicle so we can have it installed, and then
Oh, okay.
then we'll have the pictures taken so that the grantor can post that on their
Right.
site.
And at our goals, at our last workshop, we talked about rules for like the audience for the city for city council meetings. Are we working on that? Is that something we can work on, or do we have to wait till all the goal setting meetings are
No,
done?
we will.
Okay.
Honestly, we haven't started working on that
It's
yet.
been
but
3 days. What's the matter? No, really. I just wanted to know if that was
Don't even
something
have
that we
the
had to
goals
wait
done
till the
yet.
end of the work
Yeah.
to the workshop. Or is that something that we
Yeah,
can
we-
work
we
on for
will-
our residents?
Yeah, we will prioritize that because that's,
Perfect.
I mean, low hanging fruit. That we
Yeah,
should be able
that's
to
kind of
take
what
care
I figured. That's why I was hoping we could get that done. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
I'll pass over to Council Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Koppler, for clarifying that boat grant, Florida Boating and Florida Boating Grant, Improvement Grant. I think that clarifies. So we're not on the hook for as much.
Right. That one's a lot less.
And potentially we could get 100%, but we put money into the equation so that they see that we have a share in it in the hopes of elevating our status. So I think that's a great idea. Also, I know we used to at one time did a quarterly financial review. Maybe there's an opportunity to start that back and try to start tracking those things like penny for Pasco, where we're standing with some of those pieces of the puzzle, and you're starting the process of moving forward with the budget. I really like to hear that. One of the items that I noticed in the next section that we're going to talk about is the health insurance and potentially getting in front of the curve on some of these contracts and try to move ahead rather than wait to the end where you're trapped with time and pressure. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity now to move some of those items forward, maybe look to see where we've got some big costs and potentially look at alternative vendors to address that.
And I think, again, that's as you go through the budget, at least when I go through budgets, you look at the large costs within the budget to see, what flexibility you have with that. And health insurance in particular, one of the unfortunate pieces is it's fairly well, the time frames are kind of laid out contrary to what we would probably like. In other places I've been running into the same thing where you don't really get good numbers until you get closer to when the year expires. And I saw that earlier. I think it's June issues when we're actually probably going to be starting with a call to start looking at those numbers more in detail. But we are getting the background information we need to start looking at that. And I think some of the information that we've already received through our work, helps organize our thoughts as we get into that. What can we do to help reduce? Because our goal is reduce costs, but still provide the highest level of benefit to our employees, and not to injure one for the other, right? I mean, we don't want to have this high level of benefit and cost the residents an exorbitant amount of money. We also don't want to go cut rate and not be able to provide the level of benefit to our employees.
Right.
So it's a fine line that requires a lot of work, and we're going to get into that work apparently in the June-July timeframe.
Perfect. The appropriate balance is what we're looking for.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Councilman Casella?
I'm pleased to hear that you started meeting with the department heads for budgets. I was on a webinar earlier, and the city in the southeast Florida, they started their budget process April, and they're in it with both feet. And to hear that we're meeting already, I think that's going to help us a lot. And thank you for doing that. Reviewing some of the department reports, I noticed that we're still waiting on 3 police cars. Is there something going on?
Yes, it is out of our hands. Actually, we have been back and forth with the upfitter. They have all of our equipment, and the reality is we're a small agency. We have 3 cars, and then you have an agency like a Tampa or a Hillsborough that has 50 cars. And part of their contract is they have to get 10 cars a week, according to the vendor, to those agencies, part of that contract. So we've met with our representative from Dana, and we've also had conversations the last 3 days with the regional director regarding delay on us receiving our vehicles. He's profusely apologized. We had one that we were going to pick up yesterday, and it was the K9 car. We get down there, and the K9 car has the wrong cage in it. So, of course, we had to leave that, make contact with the regional director again, and he said he's going to make it good. I don't know how he's going to do that, but it seems to be not just our agency that has problems. It's the smaller agencies that are having these issues. And unfortunately, there's not too many upfitters that are in business. And so, but we are looking at maybe changing and give that another upfitter an opportunity to see if they can do a better job.
Yeah, there was a question I was going to ask if we went through this last year. It seems like the last few years, it's always we're put on the back burner. We have brand new cars sitting, and our officers can't use them. I do hope that we were able to find someone that's going to cater to us instead of the big cities out there. Also, last, I just want to, on behalf of the Crawl for the Cure, want to thank the city of Port Richey for their support. Also to the police department, fire department for their support. It was another very successful walk. 450 plus participants that Sunday down at the waterfront district. All those restaurants. It was really neat to see the lime green shirts all over the place at Catches, all the way up to Gilgoff, to enjoying our restaurants down that area. So it brought a lot of people to the area, and the mammogram bus is the second year that the Crawl has done this, and the Crawl supported 7 patients getting the mammogram that they could not have gotten otherwise. So it pays off. This is paying off for the residents here in West Pasco, and going forward, hope to do better. But again, thank you to the city for your support, and the participants noticed it. They were very pleased, since the majority of them were not city residents, but to see the support the city gave organization like this, it meant a lot to everyone. Again, thank you on behalf of Crawl for the Cure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, a couple things I got. I'll start with the first one. We did some modifications on the website that added the calendar, make it easily accessible. There used to be a floating link. There was 2 floating links, one for the calendar and the other for the YouTube meetings on the left-hand side. I notice now that the YouTube link is gone. The calendar's still there, but there's a YouTube link underneath the calendar on the right-hand side in red. So I didn't know if we could put that back on there, just because maybe people are used to that. Maybe I'd be looking for that to be able to get to the actual meetings. I know we're changing things around or whatever, but just because we had still one link there, so I don't know why we just go ahead and duplicate it, just give another spot to go, since we especially going to leave the one there that takes us to the calendar. The other thing I wanted to mention, and you alluded to a meeting with the MPO meeting coming up, I think on the 14th, you said. Me and Matt also met with Tania, the executive director for the MPO, about the underpass project, about Grand Boulevard project, as well as the MPO and county are doing some work on the south side of Grand, that bridge that we put our not approval, but support in for. They're doing some stuff along Grand Boulevard there to make that better. I think there's opportunity for us to do our end of Grand Boulevard, to hopefully connect all that to the waterfront at some point. So we put that kind of in the back of our mind to kind of see if we get that on a project list to hopefully get funded through the MPO to help some of that. So that's some stuff we talked about with them. The other thing I wanted to mention, we had submitted 3 appropriations to the legislative process. It's my understanding we didn't get any of those appropriations at all funded. I still need to reach out to Senator Hooper and Representative Yeager to get some insight onto that process. But Newport Richey did put in some appropriation for their firehouse. I think there's about $2 million that they're getting. The difference between us and them, obviously, they hired a lobbyist, and from my understanding, that's a very important part of that process is to have a lobbyist up there pushing for that those appropriations. There's some stuff that happens in behind the scenes or whatever that is kind of a necessary thing. So as we look at budget, I've mentioned to Matt already, but I'd hope we'd look at possibly doing the same type thing. Most important of that is Senator Hooper's going to be the chair of the Appropriations Committee next year, and so there's a lot of things that we could be looking to do if we get ahead of the curve here, get ready for the next legislative process to hopefully get some appropriations, actually get some funding. And I think we need to pull out all stops and try to get maximum offense here to try to get some money for the city. So something to think about. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the P&Z I had mentioned last meeting. They weren't meeting until the 28th. I don't see a meeting's been scheduled, so I'm assuming they couldn't make that happen. Is that okay? The other thing I wanted to mention, with our Newport Richey's having their centennial celebration this year, ours is due for next year, and actually we're looking at putting a committee together just to share a little bit on their side. They actually, I think, have 4 or 5 committees, one of which is an event committee. Chopper invited me to attend with him tomorrow to that. We've had a discussion. We thought it might be good that we participate to some degree in their centennial celebration coming up this year, and then they would participate in ours, whatever we decide to do next year. So I think there's some room there for some coordination with our neighbor there. But anyway, I'm going to attend that meeting with him tomorrow and share some ideas. Finally, there was an issue that happened with the opening of the Chamber of Commerce. You guys should have got a letter. I'm going to go ahead and read that into the record. I don't know if you've all seen it yet, but it came to each one of our emails. It's addressed to the honorable council members. Dear council members, on March 1st, 2024, Friday, I was pleased to cut the ribbon and officially open the Port Richey Chamber of Commerce. To start off, I ordered window tints that I had the logo of the Chamber of Commerce printed on and one with the seal of the city that was for the new visitor center. I apologize for using the city seal without first receiving permission, and I confess in the zeal to get the center open, I overlooked that. The following day, on March 2nd, 2024, I was cited for the infraction of using the city seal, as well as being notified that my sign coverage exceeded the maximum 25% coverage. I complied with the order and removed the seal and destroyed the signs I just purchased. As far as violating the 25% rule, I was following the standards that were set by the dozens of businesses that are on Ridge Road and even surround the city hall itself. In my 3.5 years of living in Port Richey, I have seen these window coverings and have never seen them removed. I would like to know what citing the Port Richey Chamber within 1 day of operation was not due to selective enforcement or possible animus against the chamber or myself. I firmly believe that chamber is a real benefit to the city and surrounding areas by helping keep local business strong. Warm regards, Ron McDonald, President. So I read that, and I want to talk a little bit about code in general, but specifically sign, because I think this is a great use case. I for one, since being elected, have pushed that we get together and we visit some of these codes. We've pushed some down to planning and zoning. We're necessarily hopefully going to bring some of those back that don't need to go to planning and zoning. But I want to use this as an example just to show you what can happen. And we hear a lot about, we've heard some from the podium about selective enforcement. I get emails, I'm sure as you guys as well, that people feel that they're being selectively enforced. And, I'm not faulting anybody within the city for enforcing codes. You're going to have that, and actually you're going to have instances where people are going to feel like they're selectively enforced. But this is a good example to cover. And so I'm going to talk about the Port Richey Chamber of Commerce one window that was based on a 25% conversation. So the window itself is 77.5 square inches, okay? And 25% of that would be 19.38 square inches. I have here a 19% version of that window and what was put on it.
This is an active code enforcement case. Where is this at in the process? Is this an active case that's been filed?
It's an NOV. We haven't gone back to look at. We haven't been notified that they're compliant, so we haven't gone by there to look at it yet. But I believe it is on the calendar for tomorrow.
I would ask if you want to talk about the code in general, that's good, but an active case that we're going to be prosecuting, I would caution you not to get to the facts case.
Okay.
At that.
Sure. Well, let me wind that back a little bit. So I can talk about the actual issue.
If you want to, if it's possible to talk about the ordinance, the code itself, if you have an issue with that generally, I think that would be fine. But if we get into this anything specific with that case, I would caution not to do it.
Okay. Let me rephrase it. So this particular thing I want to discuss is window signs. Okay. And so I guess my concern is that when we have something that's broadly violated, which is what we have here, there's signs out there that taking pretend it's a sign, you stick it on the window, is that covered a certain amount or not? What our code states is a window sign, by definition, means any sign placed in a window or displayed so as to be seen through a window and displayed on a temporary basis for not more than 4 weeks. So a window sign, in its broad sense, is only to be there from a temporary nature anyway, so up to 4 weeks. And so you really should be taking it down, putting it back up. And of that, the other section of code that talks about window signs that are specifically prohibited in section 121-3, item number 15, window signs which in aggregate cover more than 25% of the total window surface. And as we look at window signs, obviously when we drive around the city, we're going to see a good majority of signs that exceed that 25%. And so when somebody gets cited for a sign or anything else, and we have a grossly overused, we have a lot of people that are violating that particular entity is going to feel like they're being selectively enforced. And so what I wanted to bring it up, and we could talk more detail about the specific sign code, and I believe we actually need to revisit the sign code because there was a Supreme Court case that we haven't addressed it since then, so there's some parts of that we need to do anyway. So when we bring this back, we can talk more about what we think we should allow or not. And this particular thing, it's kind of new technology. It's been around, I don't know how long, but for a while. But it is newer, probably way newer than when our code was put forth. This stuff is like window tinting that you put on the building, and your logo and words are in it. But if you take the words and logo off, which make it a sign, it's really just window tinting at that point. So at what point, I guess, does the window tinting become part of the window and not part of the sign? And I think there's some rules in the code that are up for interpretation based on some of that stuff. So obviously we can bring that back and talk about what we want to allow going forward. But I wanted to bring that up more so on the selective enforcement side. So what I would like to see is if in the day-to-day duties that code enforcement sees something, if they see that it's more than just a one-off or two-off here, instead of just citing one individual, that they bring it back to the city manager and say, we've got several things that violate the code. And so at that point, I think as a council, we need to understand that. Do we want to start? And one thing we need to do is when we do decide we're going to move forward and correct that, we need to correct it across the board. And in this case, if we're talking about signs and we have 50% of the city that are out of compliance, we cite one, that's really not. And if we cite one and then a couple weeks later cite another one, if somebody complains, cite another one, we really need almost a campaign in that aspect to identify all the ones that are out of compliance. One, if we're going to keep the code the way it is, and we're going to enforce that, then we need to be aware of that, and then there needs to be a significant effort put forward that all of those are cited within the same time frame. So spend a day or two citing all those, so that you don't have one saying, "Well, I got a citation. Why didn't he?" So, and I think there's certain instances, and this is just a case in point, where there's a lot more out there that is out of compliance, probably more so than not, to be honest with you. So that's all I wanted to bring up.
Couple of things. First of all, reviewing codes was brought up by me way before you were in office. So I totally agree the codes need to be reviewed. What codes get reviewed and stuff, I'll leave that to us as a group. So I totally agree that codes need to be reviewed and revised or left alone, whichever is appropriate. Selective enforcement. I was cited for a trailer myself. Might have been before I was on council, but I was here all the time anyway, so I don't know if it was at the beginning me being on council or not. All you have to do is pick up the phone, which is what I did, and call. I ended up speaking to Veronica, and it was on the side of my house, and it was raining. It was springtime, and it was there. It was there, and all I had to do was say, "Look, it's really wet. If I go to move it now, I'm going to break my water line. So can I wait till it dries up so I can move it?" The answer was yes, and that was the end of it. So just because, and the guy across the street had a boat halfway in the thing, but I didn't go around coding saying how come he's not cited, and he could have been. Matter of fact, I find out many months later that he was, but I don't know that. So just because everybody's going 100 miles an hour down a 65-mile-an-hour road doesn't mean the one person who gets stopped, how come you didn't get that guy? It's just, we need to look at the codes in general, but I just think we need to support our code enforcement, because one of the biggest complaints when you look on Facebook is code enforcement. Code enforcement. We need to have code enforcement. This looks terrible. That looks terrible. I have been hearing that for 7 years as I sit out there. So now to say that selective enforcement is one person doing it, we need to have a little grace in that one person's job. He's also getting up to par into what's being done. So I think that's out of line.
Yeah. No, and go ahead.
I certainly agree with you. I think the first approach, you get some kind of flag on your house or some issue going on, call the city, and the city ought to be able to work that out, let you know what the rules are, point you in the right direction, rather than...
And that's what they did with me, absolutely.
Right, exactly. And that's the way to handle it, rather than, okay, let's just write a piece of paper, hang it on somebody's wall, or mail it to them, and now they get this.
Oh no, they mailed it to me. I got it mailed. I got the official thing. Nobody came and knocked on my door.
Right.
I got a citation that I had fine, but all I had to do was call them and tell them and make sure that the plan I had was appropriate, and they agreed, and that was the end of it.
I'm certainly in agreement with you, violently, that we somehow need to communicate that to folks. I mean, that's how I would handle it, but not everybody thinks that way. Everybody handles issues like that differently. Some of them get upset. I've heard of issues that people aren't happy, okay? The point being is call, talk, and try to understand what the situation is, and more importantly, get guidance on, hey, how do I remedy this thing? In most cases, they give you 7 days to correct the situation, or 3 days, or whatever it is. Move a boat. The other day, I was hearing somebody here, he moved from another place because they wouldn't allow him to keep his boat in his yard. They had a weekend rule for boat trailers, and he didn't like that. So he moved up here. He got a bigger piece of property, put it behind a fence, so it's a non-issue. But those are the kinds of things that I think we as a council and staff too try to embrace these situations and let the community know, maybe it be through our website or Facebook page, that hey, if you're one of the lucky ones to get a violation, give us a call. We'll figure out how we can get it resolved, because everybody's on the same page. We want a good looking city. We want things to work good communication lines, and I think that's one of our main goals anyway. So I certainly agree. We need to try to knock down some of those barriers.
And I'm not here to knock code enforcement at all. That's
No.
not my point here.
Well, honestly, that's the way it appears right now.
Well, I'm sorry, it appears that way. What concerns me though is that if we're gonna enforce code, right, we just don't we don't pick something out of the code that's maybe not been followed by anybody, right, and then start citing one or two people, and then kind of leave all the other ones on the wayside. Especially, I mean, from the aspect of the signs, there's been all around City Hall, in even much worse of a over that 25% than the actual one that was cited, and there's been no citations. And there's more to the story. I won't share that here, but my point being is that there's a lot of code out there that is older, and if you really wanted to, and I'm not saying this is anybody's motivation, you could probably go out and find fault in just about any property here. Right?
When I get stopped for a traffic violation, well, he did it too. That's not a
Not a defense, you're right.
That's not
If I-
defense.
If I could jump in, I think I can probably wrap this up.
Sure.
Your code ordinance needs to be reviewed.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter why. It needs to
Absolutely.
be reviewed. Supreme Court case came out, has not been reviewed since then. I've had one of my colleagues look at it very briefly. You have First Amendment issues, you have due process issues. I would ask that you direct my firm to review it, and this conversation and it'll come back to you. And at that point,
Perfect.
specific things, if they're still in there, because they're still legal to be there, the specific things that someone may have issue with can be addressed. I think that would be the best way to handle this moving forward.
Thank you.
Totally agree with that. And just say something here. Shortly after Mr. Alexander came to the city, was working here at the city, there was a lot of bitching that was coming in about code enforcement, because at the time we didn't have anybody out there, and suddenly we hire somebody, they're out there enforcing. And Mr. Alexander flat told this council at the time that, look, this is what the ordinance reads. It's a violation. If you don't like it, the council needs to change it.
Right.
And again, it's been years that we've talked about reviewing. We haven't done much about it. So they're still doing their job. Let them do the job at the same time. Shame on us for not doing what we're supposed to do, reviewing the ordinances and making the changes. And by the way, very dear friend of the family, he got cited. He has businesses on 19 in the city here. He got cited for signs too. And he did what he had to do. I didn't come complaining here to the council saying we're being picked on. The fact is, he was in violation. He corrected it. He made contact, and the issue was resolved. So we just got to keep moving forward.
Yeah, and you make a good point that the onus is really not on our building department or code enforcement officer. They're just doing what the code
Good job.
says, and totally support that.
Absolutely.
The only point, like you said, that's really our fault. And so I guess what I wanted to get out of this is, one, if things come up, if we could be made aware of that, because there may be a hot topic. To say signs is a hot topic.
Well, it's a hot topic for one business.
Well, it could be a very hot topic if it was enforced across the board as well. And that's, I guess, what I'm getting to here is if we start enforcing that, which I think that's, and honestly, there's things that they ebb and flow. They may be doing boats and trailers one day and siding the next, and maybe signs. But I mean, there's a concerted effort, obviously, to do all that, and we're low staffed, right? So it's you're going to have some time frame in between enforcement, and that's fine. But if there's a glaring issue like signs, I feel is, and obviously there's other things as well that we need to cover, because I'm prepared to actually start calling special meetings to talk about certain items of code, so we don't continue to go on and on and on and not do anything, because we're letting these things go, and the residents and businesses, they're suffering the consequences of when it comes their time to be enforced. And in actuality, we could be looking at this stuff proactively and fixing some of the stuff so they don't end up like that. So, and also would help the load of code enforcement, because they wouldn't have to enforce so many things if there was changes made or what have you. So I really want to drive home the point here is, let's please be diligent about getting these things on the agenda or special meeting or workshop or whatever to start going through this. It's not not sexy work. We're going to have to put our heads down and actually put a lot of time and thought into this, and it's going to cost some attorney fees and all that, but we desperately need some codes addressed, and we're not doing a very good job of that. And so, like I said, I'm prepared if need be, I can call special meeting that we kind of force along. But that's all I'm really asking. This is really, let's let's make an effort to get some of this stuff done. So,
I would encourage the residents, if you get a citation, call the building department and work out a plan with them.
Exactly. I had one other comment.
sure.
I heard that the planning and zoning group was not able to meet this month.
Well, the 28th.
I mean, the 28th.
The end of the month, they're meeting.
Oh, they're meeting at the end of the month. Okay, that's good. Because where I heard it, I didn't think they.
Yeah, I'd asked them if we were going to try to get an earlier meeting, but
That's the point. We need to get this stuff on their agenda if they are going to be champions of that particular thing and move things along. I know some of these committees haven't met in a long time, and that one has started back up, and they did miss a meeting a couple of months back, but that's good. Thank you.
that's all.
I forgot something.
Sure.
So I have been questioning some of the citizens about the Zoom idea, and quite a few people, like if they could call in and have their 3 minutes of time. And I've had quite a few people of all age ranges. Okay. So I've had 77-year-olds and 23-year-olds who would absolutely love that. So I just wanted to note that for council, that there are people who would absolutely love to sit at home, be able to have their 3 minutes potentially, and maybe we could eventually work some way to add that in the future.
I can actually add a little bit to that. Matt, after we mentioned at the last council meeting, I guess did some testing. I think there's even a test out there. I think it's doable. Maybe I'll let you address that a little bit. We were thinking about maybe using it as a town hall as kind of a beta to see how that goes.
Yeah, we were kicking around the thought just to see how it would work, not in a regular council meeting, but do it at a town hall meeting. Because I think the one gives us ability to see how it's going to work. So with that as a thought, we said, well, we should be doing some tests to see how this all works together. Because there really is some issues, like, right now with the way that Zoom is used within the council chambers, the camera is over there somewhere, right? Yeah.
Currently, when somebody calls in via Zoom, there's no visual,
Yep.
it's all audio. With the setup that I have right now, it would be like a webcam. There are ways to utilize the camera in City Hall, but that's going to require a little bit of work. And I think that's the best option besides a webcam to view. So that way both sides see very clearly.
The goal, and I think not trying to be an obstructionist doing this, I just think that, whether you're on the Zoom in your home on a computer or you're here, the end, the end product that goes out to all the public should be the same. They really shouldn't be able to tell whether they're here or at home, right? And that's, I think, what the limitation we have right now with the Zoom setup is that it's not all going to be going through the same all goes to the same final source, but it's going from different points that would, be very clear that they're not as good, not as clear as the other. And so I think if ultimately we do decide to start doing that for regular council meetings, we have to, make some improvements to our system to get there. But I think the first step was, let's try it with what we have to see what that product actually looks like and how it would work. Because I think, again, we're going to need to come up with a set of rules on, how people are to behave on that. I during the COVID period up in Michigan, when we went to Zoom meetings, etiquette was lost. And there were some embarrassing things in cities around where I was at, because people didn't behave properly or didn't know how to behave, I should say. And so we don't want to, go through those experiences. So there's a number of things that need to be done to make it right, but let's start with a trial to see how it would work and see if you think it works. Because we may go through this and you'll say, it was a good try, but it just isn't where we need to be, and we need to do more.
Awesome. Thank you.
And with that, we do need to reschedule that town hall. So if you guys look at your calendar real quick to see what might work. It was set for the 19th. The 18th, I believe, is a debate scheduled with West Pasco Chamber.
25th.
Was it 25th?
It's the 25th.
It's been moved to the 25th for Newport Richey and Port Richey.
Okay. So then it would possibly be the 18th, which would be Monday instead of Tuesday.
That would work with my
Might have another board meeting.
I know the 21st is another election thing that there would be some people possibly missing. The 22nd is a Friday. I don't know if Friday is a bad day, and then unless we push it to the following week.
What about the 20th?
That's a Wednesday. I can't do Wednesdays.
You can't do Wednesdays?
That's a CSC meeting.
It's meet your neighbor as well.
Oh, it's meet your
Oh, yeah,
neighbor.
that's
Okay.
right.
Thank
What
you.
if you do it after the election?
Well, it's a quarterly meeting, and this is its time. I don't really want to push it past March.
You choked our calendar.
I know.
The 28th and the 29th are free for me if it works for anyone else.
Sunday?
You know, the 28th, I think.
Thursday and Friday.
Good Friday.
Oh, I'm on April. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you guys think about Thursday, the 28th?
Wide open.
I'm good.
Does that work?
Yep. What do we want to book from 6 to 11 p.m.?
No, 6 to 8. But you're welcome to stay longer.
Are we going to have pizza at this one?
If you bring it.
We'll eat what you bring.
Matt mentioned it last.
So everybody go the 28th. So we're rescheduled town hall from 19th to the 28th. And I know we hadn't, which is actually a good thing, we hadn't put out any kind of.
I reminded Sal, I texted him today and let him know that there was something on the website showing town hall meeting that.
Yes, it's on the calendar, but
Yeah.
was there?
Oh no, it was on the front of the page.
It can be
There was
changed.
a welcome for town hall.
Oh, it is
So,
okay. I didn't see
yeah,
that.
I think there's
I
an
noted
age
that
off.
because he posted that. So.
Yeah, if you guys could make that change and then appropriately advertise it. Of course, anybody can
Yep.
share it or whatever. But if you guys could put out like a little whatever,
Yes.
perfect. Okay, moving on to comments from boards and committees. Do we have any? Did you have any kind of CSC?
We had a meeting, however, we didn't have a quorum on
That's right.
our last meeting, so we do have 3 vacancies. So anybody who would like to join, please feel free to submit your letter to Ashley so we can get more people onto the committee. That's all I had.
Actually, and on that, speaking of quorum, I know it's specific to I reached out to you. I should clarify that it's 5 is a quorum for that 9-person
That's on
committee.
their resolution. Yeah.
Is that kind of normal, or because actually as a 9-person committee, we have 7 now, I think. Is that right?
We have 3 vacancies.
3 vacancies.
Six.
So usually a quorum is a majority of whatever the board makeup is. So when you have a large group, it makes it harder sometimes
Right.
to get a quorum, which is why I suggested going shorter than not smaller than
Right.
9, but that's okay.
I mean,
But it's usually the majority.
Can you? Is it something you could adjust the quorum based on the active membership on a committee like that? Or?
The active members.
Yeah, I'll verify, but I think I have seen situations where the code talks about the active members versus the seats. I'll verify that though.
We
I'm sure.
normally don't have a problem with quorum, so I mean,
Well,
once every 2 years,
Right.
it's a lot.
But
so.
if with 3 vacancies, let's just say again, this lives on for a long time. If you can't
Well,
fill
let's
those,
hope it does.
yeah,
I
if you
will.
can't fill those 3 vacancies, I guess and you have 1 absent. Is it down to 1? I think.
It has to be 2 of them. If we have 6 people, if one is absent, we still have a quorum of 5.
Let's say 5, you only got 4 members, then you're kind of stuck. You can't do anything. So, I guess it's something the council would have to just appoint it without.
It was a resolution that we just passed about 3 months ago.
Well, no, I'm saying if you got an issue where you couldn't have quorum. So, like if we on the council don't have quorum, I think what the governor has to appoint or something. Or?
It depends on your numbers, but if you're there's provisions in your code that let you call whoever's left to appoint people to bring you a quorum. If everybody's gone, the governor will get one.
I just don't know if we need to look at that or not. Might not be an issue if we get those. We got a lot of vacancies right now.
Some more people. That would be great.
So if you could just check, see what that is, and we could always write in there that you have to have at least 3 for quorum, and then if you where you fall based on your active membership or something like that. See what the options are. Any other boards or committees? Okay, moving on to the consent agenda for motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion second, further discussion. Anyone in the public got comments? So I move to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. First up is council business. There was an amended, I need to state this, I think by statute, right? But there was amendment on this. On 3 and 4, the agenda was amended. The reason behind those amendments is when the intent is to have it the way it is now with the second reading and then the first reading. However, the original agenda that came out was a discussion topic, and that was because Matt wanted to get it on the agenda and get the information out to us as quickly as possible with the intent that he could amend that on Monday to go back with the original intent of actually making those readings. So that's why the amendments were put in place. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why it's been amended. And that's item number 3, second reading ordinance number 24-695, amending section 127-47 of Article 3 of Chapter 127 of the City of Port Richey Code to allow for recreational vehicle parts in the agricultural zoning district. Before I pass that to Ms. Meyer for the second reading, it's also my understanding that this particular second reading, we don't need to do this anymore with the PUD. And I think the staff's recommendation is that we don't.
If I could, please.
Yeah.
So, kind of turning back the clock to our last council meeting, before we got to the discussion on the PUD, I actually, before the meeting started, I had a quick conversation with our planning consultant. And at the time, she had said that after reviewing what we were going to be doing with the PUD, she had a couple questions for me. But she also said these key words that you will also have to change the future land use of any properties in the city to be able to do that. She also said, but you can go ahead and adopt it. And I kind of, well, wait a minute. This may be a large issue or maybe a small issue, but I know it's an issue, and I didn't want to go forward thinking that everything was fine when there may be an issue. And so my thoughts were, after, let me and Nancy deal with it, find out what's going on and what needs to happen. And the thought was the next day that we'd be able to be in a position tonight to do, the second reading of the A1, as well as do the first reading of the PUD. As we got into the conversation about it, it became clear, and I'm going to now just focus on the A1 piece, because these are both kind of lengthy discussions, unfortunately. So in our conversation with the planner regarding the A1 portion, she said it really is irrelevant putting the ability to have an RV park in any of the existing zoning categories, because ultimately you have to look to the future land use plan. And is it a use that's allowed within the future land use plan? So, of course, we consulted our future land use plan, and that particular area in the future land use plan, or at least the one that's going to be proposed, is it's recreation and open space. And then as you look at, it's very clear that what we're talking about in the PUD is not allowed there because of the density and lot coverage and some other issues. And so we know that putting that in an A1 ultimately is irrelevant, not necessary. Again, I think she indicated you could do it, but it really isn't necessary to do it. It'd just probably be ultimately something that gets someone confused later down the road. And now the intent to put in the A1 was more site-specific than anything else, but we also thought from the standpoint that those areas are larger lots, more coverage or less coverage of hard surface, so they made sense. And so that was thinking really why the A1 district was made more sense in putting it there than putting it in a residential or a commercial. And the other piece is any potential conflicts, because again, even though they may be great neighbors, any commercial use within a neighborhood is not the greatest thing. So we kind of thought that this wouldn't go in any of the other zoning districts, only in A1. So my bigger comments are for the next one, but at this point I would recommend that council not approve this, because in the end it's superfluous to having an RV park. I don't know if the attorney wishes to say anything or not. Correct me in any way.
No, I think you covered it. The planner, in my opinion, when we spoke to her, made it clear that this was not necessary, and she recommended we not do it, and to do what we're going to talk about in a few minutes, because the bigger picture is changing the future land use map, and that will help dictate where these can happen should they meet the requirements of the ordinance we're going to talk about in a minute. So this is not necessary.
So denying this, voting this down, would not allow an RV park in an A1 area. Is that correct?
What it would not allow is, how do I say that? It would not. It wouldn't by right be a permitted use in the A1 district. It doesn't mean there would not be an RV park allowed in an A1 district based on what we will talk about later. The future land use map is going to have to change for an RV park to happen in the city. It's a bigger conversation.
It's my understanding that the PUD could go anywhere in any zoning.
Right.
It would overlay that, right?
Well, in
Could
theory,
be commercial, industrial, could be whatever.
yeah. So in theory, yes. But would it go in residential? Would it go in certain places? It has to be compatible with the areas around it. There's a lot of provisions, so I don't want to say that in the grand scheme to make people nervous that there's going to be an RV park showing up in their single family residential area. I know that's
And that
a
was one of
concern.
the concerns.
The
Yes.
PUD, the RV PUD, and whatever ultimately becomes the future land use designations will help dictate where it can actually go. So it still may end up in an A1. You just don't need it to say so in the A1 zoning code.
The
Am I getting my words?
controlling issue here is not what the current zoning is. The controlling issue is what the future land use is. And that is the piece that again, there's a number of layers to that, which we'll get into shortly. So, because again, parcel of land that is in A1 now, in the future land use is in open space recreation. And that particular designation is a very low intensity usage. And I think when you ever have a chance to read the comprehensive plan as it is, you'll see that designation really is intended for very passive, somewhat active, recreational, probably looking more towards a public rather than private use of space recreation. But it does allow for some commercial activity there, but a very low intensity type use. And in fact, I think the density is one unit per acre. So again, we wouldn't be able to do anything we're talking about with the PUD in that area as the current land use plan states it.
Would it be use the time to have the planner available for questions at future meetings so that we can ask her questions, or not?
You mean for anything, or
No,
this
regarding zoning changes and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Because we kind of did this ourselves, and without having an expert here, we at the workshop we relied on the specific people, but having an expert of the land planning. What's her name? I forgot her name.
Tammy Varan.
Yeah, having that young woman, that lady here, to answer our questions.
I think
so we get accurate answers.
Yes. I agree. I mean, let me just say, I think that's a very useful tool. I think, again, it wouldn't necessarily be every meeting. It would just
Right.
be
No,
the
absolutely.
meetings that, yeah. I think, that competency is very important to any community that's trying to develop.
Mhm.
We operate on a daily basis without a certified planner working for us and only as a consultant.
Right.
And it's something that, concerns me because we are starting to see, not only in the city but around us as well, development occurring. And to have good development that is compatible with the existing uses and our residents is going to be a huge conflict going forward. And so having that ability to have someone that we can rely upon to guide us through that is very important. So I agree 100%.
Yeah, I totally agree as well. This has all been very confusing. And it's troubling because over a month ago, we sat here and we had pictures and it was very defined saying, this is the only piece of property that's going to be affected. Today, we're talking about the entire city. And I just don't understand how we go from here to here. I don't understand that part. But also, isn't the city right now, are we paying for land use study? We paid 15 grand to a consultant on a.
Well, are you talking about what's coming up on the agenda?
Yeah, that's one. Yeah. Yeah. Is this something that we could pass on to that study to help us move along, making the appropriate decisions?
So we also have at another meeting we have, not you, but we have the land use plan committee that's going, and the city went through, I can't remember what it's called, BAP or something like that, where the state reviewed our comprehensive land use plan and identified certain elements within the plan that don't meet the standards that they currently require. And so the city is going through that with Verana Consulting right now as well. And so the club committee is starting to work on those elements so we can prepare what's necessary to go to the state before July to meet the deadlines that they had given us. So yes, but this particular piece is not something that was considered as part of that. So I believe that number was around 10,000, I think, is what was engaged at that point.
I don't remember the cost on it.
Yeah. So that to be a part, and I guess where I would say that we have that one going on. We have what is on the agenda later for the waterfront overlay district, which again potentially could go as a text change to the state through the comprehensive land use. And then you'd have this. Now, again, I was going to get in these comments were going to be in the next one, but I'll say it now. In talking about the phasing for the next thing. So if you develop these rules and regulations that allow somewhere in the city an RV park, you still have to make the changes to the land use plan to define where you allow it. And there's a couple of different approaches to that. You could easily say, well, we're going to allow it in any district that has a density level that meets what the code you adopted say. I mean, that's one way to go about it. Now, the unfortunate thing with that, my perspective, is it opens up the door to exactly what you said, is it could be anywhere. Mm-hmm. Because, we have residential districts that have 18 units per acre. And what you have in the PUD coming up, only speaks of 15, so it could fit in there, and you could probably fit it in, some commercial areas. I don't think long term for the city that type of use in those districts would be the right thing to do, and so I wouldn't advocate that we do it in a way that opens it up to all the areas in the city. We can, through the land use designation in the comprehensive plan, identify a use category that would allow RV parks. But the only way that it would get implemented is a developer would have to come forward and go through the process to actually get that area rezoned. So we would be doing maybe the text amendment piece, but the map amendment piece we wouldn't be doing. And if you look at our fees, there is a application and fee associated with doing those zoning map amendments. And so we would be able to recoup the cost of what's necessary to get it to the state, go through the approval process to get that zoning map approved. It gives a lot more control to the city in terms of where it can go, because in the future land use, you would not only say that we're going to allow RV parks in this type of land use, but it can only go in areas that have greater than X amount of acres, or have certain land characteristics that would be conducive to having this. So again, you start eliminating that ability to go in residential areas or commercial areas, and only in areas that maybe have a low intensity develop potential to begin with. But this would be a lower intensity usage, at least from the development perspective, maybe not the usage, but the development piece would be lower intensive, and you would protect some of the natural resources. And so I think that ultimately is the better way to go about doing that, is not necessarily identifying land that, like we've done in the future land use plan now, saying this area is going to be recreation open space, saying, effectively, you're going to need a lot of space and you have to have unique characteristics before we're going to even consider allowing this use to be designated on a parcel within the city. Let the developer come forward with that rationale and that justification before you assign it. You go through that process. There's at least I think 3 public hearings in the process. We'd be noticing all the surrounding parcels, so people would know that that's going on.
Let me ask you a question, because we talk about the future land use, which is recreational open space. When the future arrives, whenever that is, right now it's Ag 1, all right? So when the future arrives and it's recreational open space, what's the underlying zoning for that? Is it still Ag 1? Is it something? Is it?
I'm
actually...
not a planner, and I cannot answer your question.
So what the future land use map does is guide you towards creating those type of zoning regulations today to achieve that plan that was originally adopted in 2002 or whatever it was, right? So you in your decision making today are reaching or setting up the guidelines to achieve that future land use.
So is that say that future land use is agriculture?
Mm-hmm.
So is it safe to say that with the recreational open space future land use that we want to keep that Ag 1 zoning? Is that plausible? Or it has to change to something else?
I think you would most likely, if the planner were here, I think what she would say, I'm channeling my inner planner here. She would say you would need to make a change to your future land use plan to identify that as a future land use.
What zoning is recreation open space today?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have such a thing?
No, I don't think we have.
I don't think so.
We have an open space. Yeah.
So outside the city, what would that mean from a zoning perspective?
I'm not a planner. I can't.
What do you mean outside the city?
Well, we don't have a recreational open space zoning. Is that an actual zone that would maybe the county would have, or Port Richey would have?
Well, there probably is. I mean, there are places that have it, but again, what this the future land use is supposed to do is first off, from one perspective, it's aspirational. This is what you see the zoning in the area. So it's not specific to a type of zone. It's specific to the elements that you want to achieve in terms of density or land use and the intensity of the density and all these characteristics. I always like saying that for planning, intensity and the density. But it's again, it's aspirational. So as you make decisions today for zoning, you guide towards that. So agricultural. I honestly don't know how far back that land was zoned agricultural, but it was probably at least 2000. I think it was that way in the zoning map we have goes back a long ways. Needs updated, which we're working on. But so I think it probably was zoned agricultural when the land use plan, comprehensive land use plan, was created. Again, I think they looked at it and said, an agricultural land is relatively low density development, right? And if you read how the wording is on the comprehensive plan, it kind of mirrors what you would consider being agricultural land. There isn't, there's one resident or one resident unit per acre. The farm house on the farm. It's not intensive. A lot of car trips coming in and out. It's agricultural uses. I mean, these are things that again make it very easy to see that connection to open space and basically it's a conservation concept as it relates to the future land use. Again, another area. There's two other areas in the city that have that same open space recreation designation. And one of them, actually, there's 3 parcels owned by the city, which is Byron Wellfield, and the third site is the state park. And so I think that gives you pretty good indication of what their thinking was, that they want areas to be preserved and not developed. Now, again, I think the trouble they had back when this was being put together is that some of those lots already had commercial uses, whether it was a nursery or I don't know exactly all the history, but I think Banner indicated even a nursery or some other type of things going on there. So they couldn't necessarily discount the ability to have commercial use. So they make allowances for that, but it would have to be, again, zoned as an agricultural use. That's what is zoned today, but you can't, go outside the parameters of what that future land use is. So you couldn't have, most likely a farmer's market there, because now all of a sudden it's a higher intensity use, higher development level than a nursery would have.
Yeah.
So would it? I'm sorry, my apologies.
I'd say the trouble I have with all this, obviously, is that we talk about this future aspirational use, but again, that doesn't apply to today. But it does apply today because you can't do anything today based on this aspirational use. So I get the concept that we have to change that aspirational use to be commensurate with what we want to do on it, which seems asinine to me.
And the same issue is what we confront with the water overlay district. I mean, again, there you have height restrictions, you have density that is contrary to what potentially development could occur there, and you have to go through a process so you can make the determination whether you want to change that future land use to accommodate higher densities, higher intensities, and higher heights. So it's very similar, and similar in a way that ultimately you have to make that determination whether you want to have that future or not. When it was put together back in 2000, again, no one conceived of the possibility that you could have 50 units per acre in the waterfront district, right? But it is possible. If you want that or not, that's the next question. And same thing goes here. Ultimately, you are those that have been called forward to make this community decision that, do you want an RV park in the city? And if you do, what are the guidelines that you want to establish for those people that would want to put that in there? And ultimately, you're going to have to decide not only what the guidelines are and if you want an RV park, but you're going to have to decide where that RV park can go.
And so to follow up on that, which is probably a later discussion, obviously, when we start talking about what we're going to do on the comprehensive land use plan side to accommodate that. So let's say that we take that future land use and we change that from recreational open space to an RV park. That's still, is that one of the options?
I mean, yeah, you could do that.
Right. The other option is that would change the density of the recreational open space.
Well, I mean, I think the path that I recommend is a little bit different than either of those. But
Okay. And the reason I asked that, because I think we're all in agreement that if we're going to have an RV park, this would be the place to have it. But we have the RV park PUD obviously is going to not be restricted to any certain area because it's based on the density. If it fits in the density, it can be there. So, in my opinion, and I know it doesn't work this way, but it seems to me that if we change the underlying zone Ag 1 to specifically make that the use, that would provide the intent that that's where we want that and the only place we want it. And also we need to address the future land use as well to make that match up. It seems like we would need it somewhere in the underlying zoning. That's the part that I don't connect, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the answer is no, you don't.
I know, which is strange to me.
And I agree. But I'm not a
Well, I'm
planner,
glad.
but the planner has
So-
explained that to me.
So with the first,
And I guess it's because, so here's the answer as to why that's the case. Is so we were going down the path that we were going to make a change to the A1 district to allow RV parks in the A1 district. So what you ultimately would be able to allow would be R1 or RV parks. RV parks, they are not campgrounds, right? They're not mixed use developments where you have, let's say, cabins and campgrounds and recreation. It's an RV park. And so you would be limited to as what ultimately you would be allowing. And you would have to look at the whole city code, what's allowed within the A1 district to see what's there. And again, that was the path that we were heading down. After, I had met with the owner of the property and the developers, and they kind of explained what their concept was. It wasn't an RV. I know that's the term we're giving it, but there's a lot of other components to it. And the other components really are more in line with a planned unit development than is going to be an RV park, because there's a lot of pieces to it, right? And so what could have happened if we went down the A1 district is they come in and they'd have to piecemeal everything they were doing, because you would say, okay, you have RVs there. Well, we want to do this. Well, you can't do that because campgrounds are allowed in agricultural districts. So now you'd have to also change A1 to allow campgrounds, right? And so you'd have to go through that change. And since there really isn't a lot of regulation on either RV parks or campgrounds, what standards are they going to be building it to? There's not a lot of standards within there that address that. Is it similar to a mobile home park? Well, we don't allow mobile home parks, in those areas. So now you have issues that again could be barriers to development of land. And maybe barriers are a good thing. Maybe you don't want anything other than an RV park there. So that's what you'd go with. But again, I don't think that was the spirit of what the developers were putting forward. And so it just became clear, my understanding, once quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a PUD. And really that's going to be the best zoning way to go about it, and then creating. But again, they could do that today. They could walk in. Probably anybody can walk in that has more than 5 acres and say, "I want to do an RV park anywhere in the city," and they would at least have to go through all these processes that we're laying out, but you wouldn't have guidelines as to what is an RV park and what are the standards that you want to do. And so, PUDs are at a certain level negotiations that you do. It's okay, you require this. I can do this here, but I can't do this there. I can do this here, and I can't do that there. And so their plan would be presented to you and explained, how it meets the code that you have and how it doesn't meet the code. And they're asking you to say okay to those areas that don't meet the code and why. Again, you don't have any standards, though, to base that on. And that's what we're trying to establish, are a set of standards that will help guide the development process as best as possible. So when it goes to the Planning Commission, they can look down and say, oh, yes, they have to have a road, an internal road that's either asphalt concrete or in this case, the crushed limestone, or, the road has to be 15 feet wide if it's one way, or it's 24 feet or 22 feet, whatever it is, if it's two way. And, these have to be set off the roadway by a certain amount of feet. And all these guides that then give the developer an understanding of what they need to do to comply to be able to get here and say, this is what we want to do. So there isn't negotiation going on. And negotiation is never a good thing for the community or the developer. But having a good set of standards that, help instill good development practices within the community are a very good thing. And so that's my thinking with why we need to develop a PUD RV concept, so we have a good set of standards to move forward with. Saying that, in going through it, the changes that the planning consultant wanted to make were primarily, there were a couple that we felt we need to make in that, but the ones that she felt that we could make were primarily redundancies within the code because it's covered somewhere else in our code. But I think our approach was, yes, but we want to make sure they understand that when they look at it. Because, a lot of the problem with planning codes is that it's all over the place. And there's no one place to look. You have to look in the parking standards for this, and you have to look in the tree standards for something. You have to look in the lighting standards for something. It's not always in one place. And we wanted to make sure, for lighting, you need to look at our lighting standard and meet it. In the tree section, you have to look at our trees and, you have to meet that. And, in the buffers, you have to go back there. Do we have to say that? No, because they have to comply with those things. But we make sure that they know that they have to comply. And so there are redundancies. And that was really the biggest things. I mean, there's a couple issues that we'll bring up when we get there that we felt that we do need to change. But the majority of it is, pretty good. So,
did you have a comment?
I had a question. Would it be beneficial to have the comprehensive land plan complete before we go and make these changes? Because are we putting the cart before the horse again?
Mm-hmm. So
you're saying we're not meeting the comprehensive plan, but we need to do that to do this, but we don't have it, and we have to have it done, and it's just, are we going to be spinning our wheels again? I don't think we need to start chasing our tail. I think we need to have a plan.
So my answer is not going to be very comforting to you, because what I'm going to say is it depends. I think one, it's a perspective on how process needs to go, because we've had this conversation quite a bit. That it would seem from a process standpoint that you go A, then you do B, then you do C, and then you do D. one of the downsides doing that in this case is that there is no guarantee in the end that if you do all this that there'll be a development. I mean, again, anything could happen between now and the day a development occurs. I mean, I may have said to you, I can't tell you how many hours of my life I spent on different development projects, but it's a lot, many years, that never went anywhere. And, when you start, you don't think of it from that standpoint. You think that, this is going to work out, but there are a lot of reasons why things don't work out. And so you don't go into it thinking that, well, my time's going to be wasted. Because there's always potentially a second one that could come along. And you're prepared for that. And that's kind of the difficulty, I think, with a lot of things here with our city, is that we're not prepared for the development that's coming down the road. And that worries me because it gets us into the situation where we're reacting to the potential development. And
well, that's what I feel like we're doing here. We're reacting, and because of the current plan is not up to date by any stretch of the imagination, and that's why this is why this has happened, because the comprehensive plan is so outdated. So to me, in my brain, it says that we need to get the comprehensive plan up and running like immediately, and so that we can make plans for this. Because I'm positive. I want an RV park. That's great. I don't think there's any problem with it, but I think we need to not put the cart before the horse. We need to do this in the right way so that this can get done. Because this, we're spinning our wheels here.
Well,
Everybody's
well,
not just us.
One thing I got: are you trying to multitask and are you recommending for? You mentioned that the next thing we're going to be talking about is that going to try to move the ball forward in a way that we can proceed in both.
Yeah, and so that is, and that's why I say, my answer is going to be less than satisfying or comforting this, because I do appreciate a good process that goes along linearly. But it's also true that in this case, you don't have to do that. I mean, and again, the last meeting, as I spoke briefly to the planner about this, she said, but you can go ahead and approve it. And I think she's still of the mind that you can still do that. But you just have to be aware that you approve these regulations. There's no place in the city right now, according to our future land use, that you can actually apply it. And so that's kind of the next step. And so when you look at what that time frame is, there's really two pieces to that future land use. There's the text changes that have to happen, and then there's the map changes, right? So there's two different actions that, again, could happen simultaneously.
Yep, okay.
One takes 60 days to get approved, and maybe longer depending upon what the state does, and that's the text change. The map change is a lot more straightforward, and I think it's like a 30-day process. But you can't do the map because, again, you don't have a use out there that allows for this type of development at this type of density in the city. And so, again, you could change the land use map, but you wouldn't be able to do anything because you don't have the definitions within the land use plan to be allowed to use it. And so the way that my approach is on this is that we can still put these guidelines together that may or may not ever be used, if depending upon what happens next. But we do become a little bit, because we're already reactive. I mean, I agree 100%. We're reactive, and we're going to be that way for a while, because we're doing it with the WOD as well. We're being reactive there, and until we get these things in place, we're going to be reactive. But I think that the piece of doing the text change and the land use map are really should be triggered by the developer, not by what we do. Because again, I think it's something that even though we may have rules to do an RV park, we're not the ones that are going to be doing the development. We shouldn't necessarily be out there picking which properties should be able to do it and what properties shouldn't, right? The owners of the property should be able to come forward and say, I think, my property is, this is the highest and best use of my property, and I want to do this development here. And then we go through that process to determine, what is the appropriate land use for an RV park. And again, jumping to the end, it would be probably an RV park, designation. And you would have all these other pieces that kind of line up then with the regulations that you would adopt as part of the PUD changes we're recommending. And then, you could simultaneously do the text change as well as the map change in unison one time and get that out of the way. And so I think that is a process that protects the city's interests more than us going and trying to make the change on the text first and then wait for the land, the map change for the developer to come forward. But again, you're not wrong. What you're saying in terms of the process is another version of the process. And
Well, I vote for that.
yeah, and I'm not, if you want to go that way, more than happy to do
I think we need to definitely let's not delay this whole land use process. Let's get that going like too sweet. I mean, let's get that going, because if the RV park stands alone, irregardless of the land use, let's just get the land use going. We can still work on this simultaneously, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
But let's not delay the land use,
Right.
because that might dictate what we do with the RV park. Correct?
Well,
If I could.
well,
I'm so confused.
just let me answer that question because I think it's important to answer that question. So, in the end, a lot of what is going to be necessary to make that text change is going to be based upon the guidelines that you want to see in the land use plan, right? So, what happens is the PUD, and the way you create that, serves as the text changes that you need then to make in the future land use plan. So again, what are the single biggest issue with this is the density, right? So if you don't decide what that density is, then we can't do, the things necessary to change the text in the land use because we don't know what that is. So we can't submit it to the state that we want to change. We can't submit something that says we want to change the density, but we don't know what it is. So
Right.
that's again why I think that while this seems to be out of order, I think in fact what you're doing is creating an easier path for the work that we need to do to make that change in land use. The other thing that I failed to say why I felt this was a good way to go is that this part, even though we've used a little bit of the consultant planner's time in doing this, we didn't use a lot of time. When we switch over to doing the land use changes, is all of their time. We're not going to be doing much, and so there's a cost to it. And we can see that what we're doing for the WOD, that's $15,000. Probably don't need to go to that extent. We know for the changes for to meet what the state says our plan is supposed to say in those elements, that's $10,000. So, this cost to get the planner and join to be doing this is going to be somewhere between $0 and $10,000. We haven't asked for that yet, but that's where it's probably going to be. We probably aren't going to do, charrettes and, all these other things on that particular piece, but it's going to be an amount of time in terms of writing what that future land use is going to look like and all the different elements that go into it. It's going to be somewhere between 0 and 10. Again, it's not that I'm a cheap individual, but I think, I would rather spend that money after I know you want to do the RV park. And the best way to do that is adopt the codes that will ultimately lead to the text that we'll be submitting, which may reduce that cost as well. So that's why I know it's disjointed, but I think this actually is a better path to go down.
So is this process done at city council or workshops? I mean, how does this?
Honestly, I think that, if we do, let's say you do the first reading of the next one, so we have to advertise that, and we need to do a public hearing, or have the public speak before you do the second reading, right? I think it would be worth it in between when that happens to have that meeting with the planner to go over all this. I mean, I think, under one scenario last week when I was trying to get the agenda, Ashley was trying to get the agenda out. I don't think I was helping her in any way. I contemplated saying, and I agree with the city attorney on this, is that we do need to get together and talk about these things. The question is the timing. When do you need to do it? Is it
Right.
mandatory before you start down this road or not? And I don't necessarily think that we have to do it for the first reading. I think you do the first reading, you can talk with the planner that kind of gives that bigger piece. Because you said, okay, we want to get moving on that future land use change. Well, the company's going to need input from you to say, here's what we're thinking about what that future land use looks like. And again, this PUD RV park regulation is a good way to convey what you think it should look like, but still, be able to talk to her about, things that you feel maybe are important that aren't in there, because, a part of the, when you look at the PUD, what we have in there, you have to make a decision as council, and the planning commission will have to make a decision themselves. Does this meet those goals? Does it meet, the land type? What are the different things that you want? We want large acreage. Well, what is large acreage? We want certain, topography features because we want this to be a beautiful area, and we want to keep it, natural as much as possible. So all these things can be put into that future land use that, don't go into the code, but you put it in there so it helps, again, guide, council in the future as to what the zoning needs to be to achieve that aspirational usage.
This has already been. I'm sorry. I apologize. I have a lot of questions. I apologize. This has already been P and Z, the original intent, the original.
The PUD. Yeah, actually, both of these have been to planning and zoning different times.
Right.
I want to say it was probably November.
But this is a
October,
change
November.
now. So this is a change, right? So does this need to go back to them?
There's no change.
No, well, there's going to be, when we get to number 4, we're going to recommend a few minor changes
Okay.
per
Yeah.
planner. But remember, P&Z's role is to review and recommend.
Mhm.
You can ignore everything they told you. You could agree
No,
with
and I know that,
everything
and
they told you.
and the
So it's
council has
not,
in the
it's not
past.
anything that needs to go back to them.
That's
but
that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I didn't
I
want.
understood.
I think
Understood.
that even after what council did in terms of any of the changes, they weren't substantial changes that would trigger in my mind, hey, let's start that process over again so we have more review. I think, again, if you make a lot of changes, then I would be saying, these are pretty substantive, and if you want to live up to the spirit of what I think you want to do and keep the planning commission involved, you would send it back to them and say, hey, we made some significant changes, take a look at it. But again, I don't think that's where we're at with this. And again, the whole PUD changes went there. I presented it to them. Had some questions, like who I was, but there really wasn't any substantive questions or changes that they wanted to make to it.
The point is, we need to say no to number 3. What you're
Yes.
what you're encouraging
Recommending.
Yes.
is recommending,
That's what I'm
and
recommending.
then go on to figure out number 4 and 5 what we're going to.
Well,
Five is
five,
Five-
separate.
five-
Five separate.
Five, although it sounds similar,
It's, yeah.
has nothing to do with either of these.
Okay.
5 is a much easier, less stressful topic than 3 and 4.
So
Hopefully.
the land use, future land use stuff, that's not even on tonight. That's just something we have to do. And so if I could oversimplify this, help answer your question, what do we do first? What do we do second? So if I want to write a letter, right, I need a piece of paper and I need a pen. Does it matter if I buy the pen, buy the paper first? It really doesn't make any difference. I need both of them to actually do something. And so if we look at the PUD as the paper, it defines how many lines are on the paper, right, and all the different things, how big the paper is. And so we put that in place. And one thing I want to
I
advocate,
understand.
obviously, for that, obviously, we had a workshop and we did a lot of diligence on that. It's fresh in our minds. We go ahead and get that in place because you need it, right? And then the future land use, the pen, we go after that. And then once we have that, then we do the execution of the letter. So that's really what we're trying to do here. We got two separate things that we have to deal with.
Yep, I understood. Thank you.
Doesn't really matter which one.
I make a motion that we reject this.
I need to read it 1 second. Sorry.
That's Ms. Meyer for reading.
Ordinance number 24-695, an ordinance of the city of Port Richey, Florida, amending section 127-47 of Article 3 of Chapter 127 of the City of Port Richey Code of Ordinances to allow for recreational vehicle parks in the agricultural zoning district, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Make a recommendation out of
A motion.
out of the city manager's recommendation that we kill this item 3.
Rescind.
Deny. Just deny it.
Yep.
I'll second.
Motion second. Further discussion? Anyone from the public like to speak? Seeing no hands, I bring it back. Matt, welcome.
.301 Congress Street, Port Richey. I want to thank everybody for their time and their input on this. It's somewhat frustrating, and I understand this. My whole goal is to do something good for the city and for the residents, and I actually trying to make this process happen to actually gift money to the city to do infrastructure for the city, because me and my wife was blessed with our finances over the years. The thing that's kind of confusing and a little bit don't even know, kind of like when I get to thinking about this, I get cross-eyed syndrome. And it's just, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to any one of you. The process that we went through just to get it to this point, you're looking at almost 3 years, okay? And I can't thank you enough for it getting to this process. The part that's confusing of it is the developers need some kind of guideline to go by, basically to walk this through. They even got to lay out $100,000 to $150,000 for an engineer site plan. So that can go back to planning and zoning. So the part of it is what we're asking is if you would have went ahead and helped us with the PUD, it would have actually gave us some kind of footprint to work off of. But at this point, it's just like people that want to come and invest into the city. You know, they're watching these meetings, and it's like I don't mean to be disrespectful, and you all have your reasons, and I respect that. It just seems like the can just keeps getting kicked down the road and down the road and down the road, and it's just like the same where it comes with the comprehension plan. There's 7 developers that want that property right now for 10 times the money, okay? Which I came to the city and I wanted to give the city $3 million of a $6 million deal. Another time I came to the city out of a $7 million deal. I wanted to give them half of it. I don't need the money. The thing of it is I'm trying to do something good for every single one of you here. But the thing of it is how do we get to this point to this city manager and the city attorney? They've been great, and it's just at this point it's just like I go and went through the developers, and then the state statute says anything under 50 acres as of July 1st, 2021, the city or any city municipality or local government can use their discretion if it's under 50 acres or less. And they changed that law. I think it's subsection 163-7731. May my wife yield her time to me, please?
Sure. State your name and address. Yield time. That's fine.
Kathy Todd, 8301 Congress Street, Port Richey, and I yield my time.
I try to make this as short as possible because I'm not trying to drag your meeting out. And again, thank you all for your time. I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm not trying to be argumentative with anybody or what have you. And I cannot emphasize, thank you for your time, at least getting it to this point. I'm trying to figure out, the state statute says one thing and then I hear something totally different. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's very confusing when the state says it doesn't have to go to a state review on any level if it's under 50 acres or less. I even sent a copy of that to some people. So the thing of it is I asked each and every one of you to look it up on the website. Don't take my word for it. Look it up on the website. That's all I'm asking you. But I was just hoping we could get some kind of grounds for the developers to feel okay with the city that they're going to get support and move this in the right direction. That's all we're asking. I mean, literally, that's all we're asking out of the whole transaction. So I mean, it's just like at this point, here's another meeting and we go nowhere with it, and it's just like, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
There was a lot of talk up here during this stuff, and it's probably confusing to a lot of people, even us at times, right? So there's two things on the agenda tonight around this. The first one, which is we're acting on now, is the change to the Ag 1 zoning, which we don't need anymore. So that's what we're going to vote on now. Then the next item on the agenda is actually for the PUD, for that structure that the developers would need to see what I can put in there, whatever. We're going to act on that next, okay? And then the other part that you heard in there was about the changing the future land use, which is not going to be action on tonight. And that's where you get into, after we make that change, does it need to go to the state or not? You mentioned about the 50 acres. My understanding is when we make a change to that future land use, if it's just a map only change, that probably applies. It might not need state approval, but when you make a textual change, which we'll obviously talk more about as far as density or whatever, that's where it needs to go to the state approval process. But all that is not on point for tonight. This first action we're going to vote on now is just to basically undo the Ag 1 change that we don't need anymore, and then we'll move on to the next item, just to clarify that. I know there's a lot of talk up here. It's probably confusing for a lot of people listening, but it's a multi-step process. So that being said, I'm going to put this to vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, item number 4 will be our first reading of ordinance number 24-696, amending section 127-58 of Article 3 of Chapter 127 of the City of Port Richey Code of Ordinances to allow for recreational vehicle parks in a planned unit development zoning district. And I will pass that to Nancy for her first reading.
Thank you. Ordinance number 24-696, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, amending section 127-58 of Article 3 of Chapter 127 of the City of Port Richey Code of Ordinances to update a code section cited therein and to allow for recreational vehicle parks in a planned unit development zoning district, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, with that, I'll open up for motion and discussion. I do have a discussion point real quick on this, and I've mentioned it before, and I think there was going to be some additional research on it. All the changes we talked about in our workshop are all in here. The only thing that I didn't see change, and I'm going to refer to that now, is on page 41, under D, internal roadways and circulation, item number 3, it goes on at the end of that. It says shall consist of concrete, asphalt, or crushed limestone. And I'd made the point on that we're limiting that to those 3 materials. If you look up a page, on page 40, when we talk about the concrete pads under B, maximum density and layout, item number 3, it states concrete pad or constructed of an adequate base.
Right.
I would recommend that we carry that adequate base down to the roadway as well, or some flavor of that. So, and I use the example.
Actually, I thought we recommended that at the time.
Well, I think
To be
Linda, you'd
consistent.
asked it for some research about something that we were going to look into about what roads or something. There was some questions to be answered.
Ideally,
Doesn't
the
mean we didn't.
consistency of the language ought to flow in one section to the other, since it's.
Well, the only thing with that though is that we're talking about two different uses. So the parking space
and the road is different, right?
Right, and the road's different, and there's going to be different equipment on those two things. And again, where we feel very strongly about the makeup of this is that we know the likelihood our fire apparatus are going to be driving through there. We want to make sure that the roadway is such that it will withstand, so we don't have to be digging our vehicle out of a wet area potentially. The reality is that you could have different materials that make it up. And again, during the PUD process, they could make those those requests of council to waiver that.
Why set us up for that? I mean, we know now that roads can consist of. I mean, I'll just use an example of millings, crushed asphalt millings. That's a popular. I mean, you're talking about a campground, so that wouldn't be unheard of to see that. Gravel, you wouldn't be heard to see that. And again, the point was made that you can have potholes and stuff as it rains, whatever, and start to be not maintained. But again, this would be the place where we would say, do we want to be specific on materials and leave off the maintenance thereof? Because concrete, asphalt, or crushed limestone, if not maintained, is just as bad as unmaintained millings, right? So
I thought we took off the crushed limestone as well, because I mean, we spend a lot of money on a fire truck, and our job. This is a general rule for all of Port Richey, and we have to make sure our investment of fire trucks and our new police cars that we get all the time are maintained, and they're not breaking axles, running into things, and being not maintained. I'm not saying this developer's not going to maintain it, but this is for all of Port Richey, and we have to make the code for the weakest link. This is possibly the strongest link, but our code has to fit for the weakest link. And I think crushed lime, that was one of the things I circled. I think the crushed limestone is not appropriate for our fire trucks and our police vehicles going in and out. It's our investment. We, the citizens, paid for these very expensive vehicles, and we need to protect them. And our men and women in these vehicles have to go and absolutely go to the calls and be safe. And our vehicles are not safe either. So I thought we said no crushed limestone. I thought it was a conversation.
These motor coaches are similar to a fire truck, maybe even bigger, and they have to travel on the same structure as well. So it behooves the developer to utilize a product that is going to be sufficient to accommodate the weight of one of those vehicles as well. So,
yeah, but right now we can't take the word of a developer, right? Because we're putting this together. We got to look out for our investment, what the city has done.
Yeah, so the reason, so why crushed limestone? That should be the question. Why not some other? So the rationale on that is that most road bases are, you have a sand, you have a crushed limestone base, and it's a material that can be compacted and meet the requirements of a good road base in the future. So when you see that, it's not as good as asphalt or concrete, which is what I would prefer to see for our equipment. And
Well, I think we need to put what we prefer to see. That's what we want.
But you can build a road with crushed limestone where you don't get necessarily the compaction on, uh, milled, old millings, because it depends upon, how long they've been sitting around for, and there's a number of reasons why you don't get the same compaction with that. And other types of stone, you don't get the same compaction factors that, again, create a base that can put equipment on. I mean, honestly, originally, if you remember, the first version of this didn't have crushed limestone. It was actually, I think you had brought up, why not other materials? And, I did look at that. I looked at what other codes for RV parks said, and there were some that had this type of language. Again, although I don't know a lot about road construction, unfortunately, over 30 years, you learn a thing or two. So I understand the concept behind it, why they say specifically crushed limestone. I come from a limestone area, large limestone quarries, so limestone's a great product.
Sure.
But
and I'm not recommending we reduce it by any stretch. But
so again, let me just say though, with that, is that there may be situations in a development where they come forward and say, listen, the main roadway is going to be made of asphalt or concrete. We have this dead end area that is going to be used for, and I don't know, I'm just making this up. This area is going to be where we have a campground, and we're not going to have a lot of traffic, and so we don't need to have, there's not going to be any large RVs there. We still want the ability to put one of our vehicles on there, but they can have it at a lower level. So I wouldn't think that you would see in the whole park developed all crushed limestone, but this does allow for areas that make sense that you don't need concrete or asphalt.
Well, it's
Do
going to
something
be
a
after
little bit different.
the first 50 feet will be concrete and the rest will be limestone. That's what we're telling them. The internal asphalt for the first 50 feet. And
yeah, that's
pavement
concrete
width.
asphalt, right? First 50 feet.
Well,
But then after that, it could be all limestone.
It could be, yes.
Yeah. So you're not talking about just a dead end.
Yeah.
You're talking about this is
Right.
the
and
minimum.
I understand that, and that's I guess again, you have to understand that the PUD process is one of potentially give and take, and that's why originally the language we had this as a hard surface, non-porous, with the understanding, at least in my mind, I had understood it. Maybe I didn't convey it. But with the understanding that there could be those situations where they could request something less because, whatever the reason, they could do that. And so that's why I didn't think it was a big leap to go to the language that's there now. However, I think putting other types of materials there would be, from my perspective, I couldn't recommend that. This is probably the limit of what I could recommend to you. Ultimately, you make that decision, but I think I wouldn't go beyond what I put in there.
Another thing to that, obviously, if I'm a developer coming in and I'm developing an RV campground, one thing to keep in mind is, and I don't know what the speed limit is on those parks, 15 mile an hour would be the fastest I would think you ever see in a campground. So you're not talking about high rates of speeds.
I understand that. I'm not saying they're speeding around they're
Right.
using it as a drag track. That's not
So
what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're not going to have the deterioration that you would have on a regular road. And when
So
a develop-
you say. I mean,
Right.
if it's not maintained, the weakest link,
Right.
not maintained.
Yeah.
We got paved roads over in November and December that are paved that have huge potholes in them.
Right.
So you can't tell me limestone's not going to have huge potholes.
No, not.
And we're paying to have those redone, appropriately so, that our equipment can go on safely, and that's why we're paving those. So now we're giving a porous surface that could also end up like that if not maintained correctly, because we have to make this to the weakest link that we're going to drive our equipment on that we have paid good money for, that if we lose a fire truck axle on a bad road, we're out of fire truck.
I totally get your point. And the intent of this is to have roads that are maintained and navigable, that will not tear up equipment. That's the
But this
intent.
is a private road,
That's right.
so you can't go in there and
That's
tell
right.
them to fix the pothole.
Exactly. And if it's concrete or asphalt with a pothole, you can't do that either. Is my point. And so I'm going to further that, because if I'm developing an RV park or whatever, in order to get that park up and running and actually be generating revenue, what this code requires is, let's just say we took crushed limestone off, or gravel's not an option. And I can tell you, I've been to several campgrounds, and gravel is probably the de facto standard, right? And there's some I've been to that weren't maintained very well, and others it's a gravel road, right? But the point is if we're really strict here, it makes it difficult for somebody coming in that may be needing to get part of that up and running to start offsetting the cost so they can develop it. If we were so rigid on the actual material we use for the roads, with the intent that the real intent is to make sure that they're functional and they're not, they're maintained well. All we're doing is forcing a higher level cost material from the onset, which may be cost prohibitive for a developer to come and actually do this type of development. When at the end of the day, whatever they put down there, if they don't maintain it, they're right back into the same scenario, or maybe even worse, because in my opinion, a poorly maintained asphalt or concrete road is worse than a poorly maintained gravel road, because the way it breaks apart, you basically have these, you sink down into it quickly, whereas gravel, you don't have that. So that's my only point. Obviously, it's not a huge issue, but I don't like writing laws that are overly strict than what the intent is.
But it's not overly strict when we're looking out for the interests of our city equipment. So I'm looking out for the city. I don't know what direction you're going, but the thing is that we spend a lot of money, and
if I could,
the opportunity for the lack of the maintaining or the improper roads is going to put a lot of wear on our equipment. So I'm looking out for the interests of the city.
I am as well. And if I want to put a yellow brick road through my campground, I can't do it. And so my point is we talk about the materials, no matter how good or how bad they may be perceived, we're boxing people in. And so, like I said, there's better materials out there than concrete and asphalt, and they technically can't do it. So that's why I don't like the wording of the law. But that's, just be clear here. I don't like to write laws. I like to look at what's the intent and put the least restrictions possible to achieve that intent. And so that's the only comment I'm making. If you guys are comfortable with the materials as they are, we can move forward. But and I'll support that. But I think we're being overly strict here, and not because I don't want to maintain roads, because I do. There's nothing in here that says it must be maintained free of potholes. I would rather put that verbiage in here and reduce the materials, because that's the goal we're trying to achieve here. Is not what the actual material is, but that the road is maintained and it's drivable and whatnot. So that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to put any city equipment in jeopardy. I'm not trying to break axles and all that. I'm actually saying that we lack the verbiage to make sure that the road's maintained, because we're focused on the materials that it's made of. If that makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Chief. So I've been looking at Code Red Consultants. They do a lot of different fire department related surveys and investigations and stuff. So one of the things that they talk about is that loads imposed by jacks, outriggers, and stabilizers for aerial ladder trucks is often overlooked. So I want to know about you all have an aerial ladder truck?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Newport does, and they respond that to us automatic aid.
So if, for instance, there were many different types of roads inside of an RV park or any part of the city, right? Is the truck that you have capable of tipping at any point based on the load that you all have?
Well, let's back up a little bit. A typical RV, 30-foot RV is probably, when I just Googled it, I was curious, is 10 to 12,000 pounds. Fire trucks, 30,000 pounds. I carry almost that much weight in just water.
Yeah.
Never mind all the equipment and then the weight of the actual truck itself. So it's almost 3 times heavier than a typical 30-foot motorhome. So when you talk about adequate to support a fire truck. It would, to me, I'm a fireman. I'm not an engineer and a road engineer, and how much weight can it handle, and that's out of my league. I could just tell you that it would require some sort of engineer to make sure that whatever they're doing to get their RVs, and it needs to be able to support the fire truck. The outriggers, your typical textbook's going to tell you in fire service that they don't recommend putting them out on anything other than a hard paved surface.
Yeah, that's what it says here.
So, but sometimes we have to do what we have to do. The reality is the chances of me needing an aerial truck in an RV park is very slim. You know what I mean? But that may be the only piece of apparatus that's available at the moment to respond in there. So, again, the reality of us using an aerial device inside an RV park for an RV fire, maybe the actual house or structure that's back there, that's a different story. But and those typically have a 12 to 16 foot wingspan where those actually go out. And again, it's frowned upon for us to put those on anything other than hard paved surfaces. They don't even like us to put them on sidewalks. But again, sometimes we have to do what we have to do.
So, personally, I think that we should make sure that any place that has a private roadway, that they should be making sure that they maintain it properly and adequately, so that our police chief, our fire, if we have to borrow something from NPR or Pasco County or anything, that all of those would be able to be on those roads. So I agree kind of with you about that verbiage, maybe adding that so that it falls back on the people who are making the changes to those roads, that they have to, by law, make sure that they are passable and that they're not going to have potholes, or they're not going to be too porous, or they're not going to have waves and etc., so that we can make sure that our emergency vehicles are properly taken care of, and it kind of doesn't restrict what they can use, because anything that they use has to be maintained irregardless, right? That's my opinion.
One of the aspects in the design phase here, the design's going to have to take into that 30,000 pound requirement, right? So essentially, in the process of developing that site plan, that design, won't those assumptions be factored in, and shouldn't the plans dictate that, yes, this is of a sufficient material to be able to accommodate that kind of weight requirement? So in effect, at the end of the day, whatever they design is going to have to encompass that requirement. And it would behoove us to assume that, I don't know, next year they come up with a new product we've never heard of before. The point being is they should be able to design it around current materials that meet those requirements. Simple as that.
Yeah, but we need to give them the guidance of it, and assuming that they would do it means nothing. But if we haven't specified that it is a paved road for that purpose, then there it is.
But we
forward.
control the master plan. A detailed master plan has to be produced to the building department, and the building department is going to have to be able to confirm that the requirements meet our specific
let's
needs.
put it in right now.
That the requirements have to meet design adequate to cover a 30,000 pound vehicle, right? Is that,
At least, yes.
To meet those requirements. So they'd have to sign off on that. Is the building inspector got any comments on this?
My history with codes is you hope for the best, you plan for the worst. It's up to the developer to meet the requirements that you guys set in these PUDs. For example, if this was Lennar building a 100 home subdivision, would we be discussing the roads as this? Because it's a lot cheaper to put a house or a car on a road in a subdivision than it is a 30 or 40 foot motor coach. So my suggestion to you guys is they're going to have to meet the criteria of basically whatever it is for the biggest piece of equipment that needs to get in there, i.e., fire truck, whatever. Will there be a ladder truck out there sometime? I know there's projections of a possible tree house. There's where your ladder truck's going to come in. It depends on the height of what they put in there. So you guys should sit down and think about how you want this to be. You want to hope for the best, but plan for the worst. And then leave it up to the developers to come in and put in what it is they will meet your criteria. It could be limestone. It could be crushed gravel. It could be concrete. It could be asphalt. One thing you have to look at, this little small city of ours is a flood system. You're flooded everywhere. There's a few little spots here and there. Rocks, millings is going to get washed out. Concrete yeah, it will after time, but not after every single storm. You want to talk about the wave action in your roads. You're going to get that from rushing water. So it's up to you guys to choose what's in there, and it's up to the developer to meet that plan. I know it's probably not the answer you wanted to hear, but whatever the developer brings into, I'm going to match it to whatever your PUD codes are and whatever the Florida Building Code and DOT and everybody else has something to say about it. Sure.
We had a brief conversation with the chief before the meeting, and you had mentioned wanting to include some language that the roadways must meet the Florida Fire Prevention Code, Life Safety Code, and the current MFDA standards. Do any of those address what we're talking about right now?
They address apparatus access. If it's one-way street, they have to have this. If it's a two-way street, they have to have that. Captain Quinn couldn't be here tonight. He was sick, so he had the more details on that particular.
So that might help encompass some of the things we're concerned about.
Does that talk about material?
Again, he was the one that had the research, but he had 104 fever and couldn't make it tonight.
So I think it's important to understand that road development is not done in a vacuum. So when they come in, any developer comes in and says, hey, we're going to be putting a road here. It's not just, okay, put a road there. It has to be reviewed. They have to build the road, not particularly in this case where it's going to be a private road, but if it was going to be a road turned over to us, it would be built to our specifications, right? So, we would have a lot more control over what it is. However, they still would have to build the road to a certain set of specifications. They can't just say, I'm going to put a road in, and there it is. It's a road. They're going to have to build it to meet whatever the requirements are for that road. And again, generally, you have within your code a guideline for what those road specifications are. Generally, you have this cross section that shows, if it's going to be a 20-foot, pavement, it's going to have so much gravel, concrete, what the base is going to be made of, so many inches, what the compaction requirements are, what the amount of asphalt or concrete is going to be. You have that spelled out. So again, it's not done in a vacuum. It's not left to them to decide what a road is. It's left to us to decide what that road is and what our requirements are for that road.
Isn't that what we're doing? Isn't that what this is?
Well,
our requirements for what that needs to be?
This is a portion of it. Again, as I said before, that there are parts and pieces of our development code all through the land use development code. And what we tried to do is put important things here to call them out, but they're still going to be responsible for filling that whole code. So if you had just a regular PUD that's going to put 40 houses on 5 acres or whatever, again, it's going to be different because they're probably most likely going to be turning them over to the city. But some developments they don't. They still have to build that road to the standard that we have. I think
and that's what this is.
Yeah,
that's the standard.
This is a piece of the standard, because what this isn't getting into is the technical details of what a road is. What is the base that has to be put in there? What is the asphalt requirements? The testing that needs to be done to make sure that if you put a concrete road in, it's going to have the density and the different tests that you do to show us that this piece of concrete is actually going to last like a piece of concrete is going to be. Those are all kind of done as part of the development process.
Does our road code talk about what materials we use? Because I know we have gravel roads in the city. Maybe not from a not from a well, no, not new development, but I mean driveways, longer driveways, private roads. Yeah, well, so if I was going to put one of those in, I could do that, I guess.
Well, that would be grandfathered in then. That's already in existence.
Well, no, what I'm saying is,
Well, I mean, we are not developing new roads ourselves.
no, private roads.
Right. So again, if you go into the development code, and I see Nancy pulling this up, probably looking for it. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you. I wasn't prepared for this particular conversation, unfortunately. But again, if you are doing a subdivision, or you're doing, like Adelia Bay, they put a road in. That road was constructed to whatever our standards are for that road construction. And as a PUD, the PUD doesn't say it's going to be made of this or that. It just refers back to what our road construction standards are. Originally, I'm guessing because I didn't memorize it, I looked at it, but it's a hard surface. It's not gravel, it's not dirt, it's not grindings, it is concrete or asphalt or whatever that product is called. I think there's specific names for that other than concrete or asphalt, but a paved, non-porous road system.
well, should we be referencing that as opposed to calling out certain things here, referencing whatever that is?
I mean, you can. Again, it was something. It was one of the few things we probably didn't revert back to, in someplace in our code.
Let me ask you another question. Since it's a private road, how does code enforcement interact with? So, campground exists, right? It's got the roadways back in there. They're all concrete. You wouldn't patrol back in there looking for issues. I guess if you were on the property, how's that work for code enforcement on private subdivision at private roads? Unless you're invited back, I guess. So let's say that you take your camper out and you pull in as a client, and you notice that there's a pothole on their concrete road. Are you able at that point to write that up the way things are now? I would think not, because it doesn't require you to do anything with that. But if we had something in here that said must be maintained, pothole free, whatever the verbiage would be,
that'll fall back on the way the PUD is set up. Then that'll fall under the land development part of it. Yes, I can. But just going in as a private ownership, like going out to the Todd property now, I don't have privileges. We as the city now, law enforcement, if they have agreement with them, they do. Same thing with fire. That fire called in, they could do that. But me or code enforcement just willy-nilly and going out there, cracking open this gate, going in there and checking violations, no. That's trespassing.
no. But if you're invited on, you see.
If I'm invited on, then yes, I can make that correction.
Or if you get a complaint,
Yeah, somebody pulls their RV out and said, "Man, that thing's loaded with potholes."
I'll have to defer to my legal counsel for that one. I don't have all
A
the
third party can't give him permission to go on private property. So if I say to him, you need to go see the mayor's seawall that he can't see from anywhere but going on your property, I can't give him that permission. You could not do that based on a complaint.
The only thing that falls under Florida statute is if it is a public access road, if that road is open for public to come in there and do what they need to do, I can go in there on that road, and if I notice a violation from there, as long as I don't enter the property, it's not trespassing.
Campground really is a public access for the most part. You drive around and you go
to the office, right?
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
just
so
like a shopping center, parking lot of a shopping center.
Correct. To an extent, yes. Yeah. So yes and no. It's tricky, and
it's
to be
very
honest, I don't have the whole
fact
statute.
specific.
Is it would fire department be inspecting that property in any capacity?
We don't have the authority to inspect private property. So when somebody wants
I mean,
to call
they got a
911
business. It's a
What's that?
business there.
to be inspecting the roadways,
Well, no,
the only
not
thing we would inspect,
Not the roadways, the property for whatever you,
we would
fire.
inspect the public portion of it. So if he has a building out there that you mentioned a tree house or something that would be open to the public, we would inspect that. But the actual RVs themselves, we don't have access to. So it would just
A general store, let's say, a little-
yes, a general store,
Right,
exactly.
Right.
And
So
then-
in your capacity of driving to the general store, inspecting that, and if you notice a pothole, how does that come into play? I mean, you talk to your buddy over here, and he says, "Hey, I think we've got a pothole
It It
issue."
wouldn't work that way. But I want to point out, try to bring us back a little bit. Maybe, I don't know, with you, Ms. Cruz, I don't know. There is a provision under D4 that says the roadways will be maintained.
Probably want to maintain.
It says maintained. It doesn't say how. There's a, in my world, I know what that means. The city has to maintain its right of way. The city has to maintain its sidewalks. The city has to maintain its streets. So I think there's an argument that that's what that would mean. But if you want to be more specific, that's somewhere you might do that if you wanted to.
We maintain pothole free.
I have another question. I'll change the subject.
Have we beat this one to death?
Time frame for how long these RVs can stay there.
That is covered by state statute. So the
6
beginning.
months.
180
So I can
days.
sign an apartment lease for 6 months. That's my permanent residence.
Hold on, I've got to find the language.
I think it's 180 days.
That's not really.
The very subsection 1A, it talks about commercial transient guest lodging.
Yep.
And I don't have the statute in front of me. We had that last time. Do you remember what that
I'm
was?
sorry. I was still looking up roads here, so.
I couldn't.
Yeah, it's not
It's
in
6
the-
months.
There's no
thought.
definition
And
of
if
roads
you
in
can
our.
note, we talked about that last time. I just don't have that statute
Yeah.
again, but it does.
I just think that's a little long for an RV park, a recreational park. That's living. That's a mobile home park. That's not a home. You know what I mean? That's a residence.
Mhm.
I would go for less time on that. That's one question I had. And can I ask, how far back from the property line can a shed be? Or what's our code say for that?
I think it's 5 feet, isn't it? 5 feet from the side.
From the sides, 5 foot, I think from the rears.
I don't know. They got them right on the canal in my yard.
I got it. That's right, exactly. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. I was just curious, because after we discussed this, I was looking at my shed going, I had to have that so many feet from my thing. I didn't measure it, so.
I had a question on page 41. Under recreational vehicle parks shall have a maximum density of 15, but in the summary, it says 16 on page 37. And in my notes, I went back in my notes and I thought I had written down 16. So did that not get moved over to page 40, or did we?
It was 15. It was 15.
Where you say 16 at?
It says 16 on the front page summary, 37 down, four sentences from the bottom.
Yeah, that's probably my mistake. On
Okay.
that.
I was 16 for
Whatever it is, I
Yep.
just pointed that out.
Yeah, no, 15 is what we talked about.
It's 15, all right.
So if this gets approved tonight, how does that play into the land use plan? Because we've set guidelines for an RV park in Port Richey. How does that,
So you started that. I mean, all this is tonight is the first reading that triggers the notice in the paper that you're planning on approving this, or you're going to be acting on it, seeking public input before you vote on it. How it would work in practice, if what you said earlier is what you want us to do, we would start that work with the planning consultant, getting the scope, understanding what the cost is, and getting them to go ahead if we can do it without coming to council to get approval for the expenditure. If we have to come to council, we come to council to do that. But we would start that process in creating that future land use.
By using these guidelines.
Yeah.
So these are the guidelines. So this is what the
Well,
RV
this,
park
this
will look
would,
like.
I think it would be a part of that. Again, what I suggested is if you do complete the first, vote on the first reading to go forward, we recommended that, yes, we bring in the planning consultant to have that conversation so they would have, a broader understanding of anything else that you might want to see in that future land use designation. And have that conversation whether, again, I'm recommending a course of action to do it as a site-specific change. She can, explain to you what the different options are, and maybe you'll like one of the other options better. And so you'd be able to give her that direction that, no, Koppler is in his own world. We like this. Let's do this. So I think, again, that's why there's value in bringing her in so you can see what all those options are and make the best one based upon what you believe.
My question is, let's just say we approve this and then we have the planner. Can we go back and remove things if she says, oh no, that's not a good idea?
Second reading can change.
Yeah, you could change it. You could deny it, start over. You could put it off forever and ignore it. I mean, there's not shouldn't do that. Not a good method.
It's not law until second reading passes.
Yeah. This is your first reading. Let's people know here's what we're talking about. Let's just have this conversation. Then we'll have to notice it in the paper 10 days. So more people can know it's coming and have a chance to come talk about it before you make that final decision.
The density concerns me in this. It seems to be very compressed. I know we talked about it. Just so that y'all know that does concern me because it looks like it's going to just be boom, 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 boom. When this first came to us, it was going to, this plan for the specific one that this is being geared towards was, high end, so on and so forth. And I don't think $500,000 rigs want to be on top of each other. And that's where these pads are, and that the density because of the lake and the amount of land to be used. This is per gross acre. That includes the entire parcel, which includes the lake. So it's going to be not this grandiose, spacious thing where somebody's going to want to put a $500,000 thing where they can pass the sugar next door. So
Right. Well, they're
the density does concern me as well.
They're gonna be 10
as long
foot-
as the limestone and the 6 month.
And remember,
Just be
I was
honest.
gonna say that, remember we were talking last time too. There's other requirements
Mhm.
about setbacks
Yes.
and all that other stuff that will come into play. And just because they can have that many, they could doesn't mean they will.
And that's what this is.
Worst case
again,
scenario, okay.
This is for the weakest link. They might not do it this way. This is for the weakest link.
So one of the things that we saw when Mr. Koppler had the various Crystal River,
Right.
that very last one, it had 3 sites per acre. But when you took a look at it, they were on top of each other because majority of the property was all wetland. So thus, they end up having like 30 per acre. But it said 3 per acre because of the density plan. But there again, all that wetland property there, it then suddenly became on top of each other.
I think that the important part to notice about this is not necessarily the density, it's the setbacks and how you construct that because you're going to have variables. You're going to have, in this particular case, it's 15 acres and 7 is the lake or whatever, but it could be 15 acres and no lake, and it's all 15 acres is usable. In that case, it could be very spread out.
Right.
So you really don't know until you lay out with the setbacks and all that, and the roads and all this, you put it together. You're not really necessarily going to have a compact thing based on that density because that density number is really irrelevant. The only really time it comes into play is the max I can get into an acre is 15 RVs. And if our setbacks don't allow for that, and I don't even know if we drew this up with an acre of just a full acre of land, how you would lay out with our setbacks and all that, if we can even get 15 in that. I don't even know the answer to that. But
Well, at the end of the day, it's really not us to decide. We've just put some guidelines out here. Ultimately, it's whoever owns and develops this property is going to want to develop so that they can maximize their return on investment, right? So they're not going to put everything on top of one another along with our setbacks. And remember, we still get to approve the master plan. They're still going to have an opportunity to that maximize their revenue is not going to be putting a vehicle as densely as possible in there. They're going to have restrictions on the roadways, on the setbacks, on the lake, on any other buildings on the property, any other recreational activities. So when you start subtracting that, it's going to really limit the amount of vehicles that are on that property. And they're going to want to do it in a way that attracts people. I'm not, like I said, I wouldn't want to have everything stacked on top of you. So it would be someplace that I would think they'd take that into consideration.
And keep in mind too that our residential is 18, right? So if it was an acre of houses, you put 18 on it. So we're actually less than houses would be, right? And so again, it's kind of a goofy number, because if you make it too low, then when you have all this space, you can't utilize it effectively because it's 3 per acre or 4 per acre. I think the original was 8, right? If you get an acre of usable land and you put 8 units on it, you've got plenty of space. And you're well out of your setbacks. Whereas when you've got unusable land, that has a potential to tighten things up because it's unusable land, and that you're taking that density from the lake and you're moving it to the usable land. But again, you've got the setbacks. The setbacks are the most important part of this. You could probably just leave density off of it, in my opinion. As long as you're within the setbacks, you're good. But if it's, if those setbacks are in a way where you could get 25 an acre, well, then that would be important, right? So I think we went 3 less than actual houses, and we've got the things in place. I don't see a 15 is a problem. My whole argument on the 8 is that's in an ideal scenario when you've got a full acre of use and you put 8 on it, that may be a little anemic. That's what's my point.
An acre is 208 feet by 208 feet. Like 208 feet by 208 feet is an acre. You were asking how the math, I looked that up.
Right. Well, again, taking that acre and actually with our setbacks, putting RVs on it, how many could you actually get in there? I don't know the answer.
I didn't do that.
Yeah.
So if I could real quick, so if our planning consultant was here, what she would say is that putting the density in this is irrelevant because in the end, it's based upon what your comp plan says. Now, again, I agree and I disagree. I agree that the comp plan, as we've talked about, is kind of the deciding factor is what the density should be. But again, I think in an effort to try to be user-friendly, having it here as a guideline is beneficial for any developer who comes in because they'll be able to see, oh, it says 15. Oh, and the comp plan says 15 as well because they match up. It just, again, is another way to inform anybody coming in what our plan requires so they don't have to look this up and then go to the comp plan to verify that that's what it is.
That's how she explained it. That is. Since we're speaking of her, and I don't know if this helps at all, but we do need to make a change to the setback box. It's on page 41. It currently has 15 feet for the wetlands, and your land development code already requires that to be 30 feet. And I think that might be a swift mud. Did she say that? I think she said it was a swift mud.
She indicates that is based upon what typically an average swift mud requirement is. And so the way that it would work is, they're not necessarily going to say it has to be 30 foot all around, but the average away from this has to be on 30 foot. Because there may be some areas where, it's a less intensive use is going to happen and it can be 27 feet. And over here, it really is going to be 40 feet. So that average, has to be at least 30 feet. So that's what's in our comprehensive plan for protection of jurisdictional wetlands. And so that was one of the areas that we did say that we need to recommend to you to make that change. it's already covered in another section.
This is a Swift Mud thing. The original code that you pulled out, this was spring, it was 25 feet.
Yeah,
which are less than 30.
Yeah, and again, I don't know what their requirement is. I didn't speak to Swift Mud. I'm only going by what the city planner indicated on that.
So she said it has to be 30?
Yeah, well, that's what our comp plan says.
And does the comp plan say that because it has to, or does the comp plan says it just because the comp plan says it? Is that something that we can change in the
Well,
comp plan?
she had indicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy, but she indicated that's what Swift Mud's requirements were, and just that's what they used to reflect what Swift Mud had said. Understand that we may have 30 foot there, but when Swift Mud comes in and does their review, they could easily say, no, that's 50 feet there.
And that, again, these are, and I get the bigger gap when you've got a fixed structure, but when you've got something that you can hook up and pull out of there at any time, I don't know why that would be as rigid for that use. Is that specific to residential structures, or does it apply across the board for?
Yeah. So they look at any development that you would be doing. So if you're going to disturb land, that's where the development is. Okay. So wherever you're disturbing land has to be whatever their requirement is for the distance between wetland and that. And again, different disturbances are going to be viewed differently. If you're going to build a house, that's a more intensive development than if you're putting, a bike rack. As crazy as possible. They may say, oh, you can put that bike rack, 10 feet away, because you're not really disturbing anything. But because you're going to be digging and putting different materials into this wetland, we want to protect it so there are no negative impacts to it. So you have to be 35 feet away.
Well, in this case, would we be putting a concrete or other suitable material parking pad with a 15-foot? That need to be 30? Is that based on her?
Right now, based on your land development code, it does, because right there it says it has to be 30. So if you
But the land development code doesn't, because we don't have any RV stuff, right?
But that's a definition in your land development code. So that you want this to be different, this has to change, and you still have to deal with Swift Mud. So it would still be a question of Swift Mud. Are they ever going to let 15 feet? Maybe not. I don't know the answer to that. But right now, if you pass this with 15, you already have a contradiction that you're going to definitely have to address.
Which we got to address anyway, because we've got.
But my recommendation, this, if you wanted to pass this, you need to be consistent with what you have.
And then come back and change it.
This. If you end up changing that after more
Then that changes as well.
done, then you change that.
That makes sense.
That would make more sense.
Sure.
And ultimately, like we said, Swift Mud could come in and say, nope, 75 feet for you.
Right. Right. That makes sense.
And I listened to the planner because she's a planner. She knows more about this than I do.
So we can change that to 30.
So that needs to be changed to 30 if you want to do that. And the only other thing I wanted to mention,
Or you can just eliminate it.
Yeah,
I mean, that was her recommendation, was just to eliminate
That's
that.
true.
Eliminate this and defer to whatever the comp plan says.
Let's see if
That
that
might
it's
be
already in there,
easier.
so you could just put an X through that last box.
I like that.
Okay. And the other thing I mentioned a little bit ago when we talked to the chief in the road section, he had asked that we include a statement that roadways must meet Florida Fire Prevention Code, Life Safety Code, and current MFDA standards. And as in Nancy,
Yes.
I think I would get that right. Okay. And if you're okay with that, I can add that link.
So repeat that again, please.
It's going to go in the internal roadways and circulation section, section D.
What page is that?
41 at the bottom.
On page 41. And the language to be added would be roadways must meet the Florida Fire Prevention Code, the Life Safety Code, and current NFDA.
National Fire Protection
Thank you.
Association, NFPA.
PA standards. I was going to make a whole new standard, and none of us knew what it was. The MFDA.
Sounds like you know what you're talking about.
It does. I sounded good, didn't I? You wrote a note and everything.
there any other changes?
That was the only two that have been brought to my attention.
So the fire stuff, and then the 30-foot, we're going to do away with the that whole glass box. No wetland setback.
Well, you
Listed-
have it,
listed.
just, it doesn't need to be.
Yeah, they have to refer to whatever the is. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'm still not happy with the density and the material for the roadways. Also, on this particular, I mean, we're talking about the RV recreational vehicle parks in a PUD district. Overall, by doing this particular section 127-58, this will apply to any 5-acre parcel. This could apply to any 5-acre parcel within the city limits.
It could.
So, I mean, we're focusing on a specific piece of property that Mr. Todd owns, but in reality, this could be right there in Bay Boulevard outside of Sand Pebble. This could be on the south side of the river by American Marina, that vacant land back there. So technically,
So and that's why I'm recommending the course of how to change the comprehensive plan to eliminate that possibility. And why I originally said that we don't necessarily affix this to any place on a map, that we create the text, do it, and in creating the text, it would eliminate the possibility of it going in an undesirable area. That's how you would.
We do that. I mean,
Yeah, you'd have to do that.
We still have to do
could
that
pass
part.
this, and this could go across the lake from my house and be a mobile home park.
exactly.
That's what we're saying.
I
So
cannot
you can have it
right
next
now.
to any one of your houses. You can have a mobile home,
I-
an RV park.
I
Any-
totally
we can have it
disagree with
at the Guild Dog site right off 19. Right
But
there.
remember, right now, there's even if this was second reading and you passed this, because of your comprehensive plan, this cannot be built in the state because there's no place to put it with the future land use map. So nothing can be built or happen until you guys address. And I'm not saying to do it or not do it.
No, I
I just want to make sure you
understand.
understand
No, I
that
understand.
until that second piece happens, no RV park can be built.
Right. So when we say yes, there's an RV park that can be built. These are the rules for that RV park.
Right. But that second piece will help you determine where it can be built.
Right, I understand
So
that.
it won't. The idea
But
that it can pop up anywhere,
every-
you can help limit that.
4 people can decide that it can go across the lake from my house, and I will have an RV park right there, on top of each other, with no road, with limestone thing, and the density on top of each
If
other.
it meets all
So
these,
that's what
yes.
this. Yeah.
If it meets all the requirements of everything you pass, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
But let me just point out that regardless of having these regulations, and regardless of that future land use plan, today someone can walk in and say on any of those properties, I want to do an RV park through a PUD, and I want you to change the zoning text to accommodate that. So that can happen regardless. So
It has to be approved.
you
just don't go change it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The same thing here is you would be doing the same thing, and doing it kind of the way that I'm recommending. You would still have control over whether you allow that property to be determined to be an RV park, and not just allow it by right.
So I'm having a difficulty digesting this because originally when we started this over a month, 2 months ago, whenever we started, we were focusing on one specific Mr. Todd's property. That's all. Suddenly now this is citywide. That's what I'm having a difficulty trying to digest here.
I can jump in again. When we started this, I know it was hard to hear me because Mr. Todd's here and we know exactly what kind of initiated all this. What you're deciding and what you've always been deciding is do you want this city to have the ability to have this use? Not about Mr. Todd, not about his property. I know that's kind of been the focus because everyone knows that's kind of what triggered the conversation, but the question isn't just his property. It's do you want to allow this in the city? If you do, what do you want the rules to be? And then where do you want it to go?
And the where we want to go is not.
Is the next step.
It's not this step, it's the
Right.
next step.
And I get it. I understand what you're saying, but I want to make sure that this is. I've tried the whole time to
No,
make
yep,
sure
no,
you know
you've
this
been
is
clear.
about the city, not a particular person or particular developer.
And that's where I'm having a difficulty, is
absolutely.
that this is citywide.
Right.
I mean, I don't have a problem with a campsite. I don't have a problem. It sounds beautiful, but we're opening a door that this could go anywhere within our city limits.
I mean, we could say this could go in any commercial area. And if you live next door or very close to a commercial area, then this is gonna go there. But theoretically, you say, well, I don't live near a commercial area. You know, I mean, so yes, it's opening it up to anywhere.
But it wouldn't, because it would still have to come before city council and we would still have to approve it or not. So we could all then
We can't
say-
agree on limestone.
Crushed line.
Crush line.
Crushed limestone.
I was in agreement with the limestone.
No, I don't want it.
She's
You
a
do.
woman.
See, we can't agree. Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Next. Yeah.
If there's another way to go about this, I feel we should go that other direction. But given this broad blanket, I'm having problems with that.
If I may, and I don't know if this will,
Please.
if this will answer the question or help anybody. I think. Okay, well, I guess one way, don't do it. Stop it here. Don't allow it. Deny the first reading, and it's done. The other way, other than what we're doing and what Mr. Koppler has suggested, I think the only other way to do it is to pause what we have today and do it collectively, which we talked about a little earlier. Sometimes the process is collective, sometimes it can be piecemealed with the planner. So perhaps her explanation of this step and the second step, as we've kind of described it, provides the answers you need, the explanation you need. It would delay, obviously, because we wouldn't be doing anything today. But at this point, that's your only options. It's don't do it, do what's in front of you, or perhaps have a session with the planner to explain the PUD RV language, along with what would need to happen next, and how that would affect the city as a whole and the parts of
I
the
would
city.
like to see us having that session with the planner to allowing us to have a better understanding over the whole thing. And if there's a possibility of an alternate way of doing this where it doesn't affect the rest of the city.
I agree. I would, yeah, I think that's the piece that we missed at the very beginning, is the planner. So that's why we had to make changes, because we didn't involve her. So,
Well, I think we have all the information and we move forward with this tonight. That part goes in, the paper starts to get put in place. It's not like we're talking about changing a comp plan 2 years from now. It's going to be right behind us. I mean, it's sequential. So, you know, you can postulate what could possibly happen all day long, but in reality, that's not going to happen because we're doing this while not at the exact same time. They're right behind each other, and we've got to modify the CLU, the comprehensive land use plan anyway. So this is, you know, it's timely. Again, all we do is by not moving forward is not moving forward and just more delay. So I mean, you guys bring issues to the table that I think are not even in a realm of possibility. Because
And again, we're not a perfect world. This city has never been a perfect world. And unfortunately, there's a lot of assumption here. There's a lot of what ifs. That's not the reality of the city of Port Richey. So if we're going to do this, we have an obligation to our citizens, the taxpayers. Let's do this right. So it's not egg in our face later on down the road. Let's make sure that we do our due diligence, which we're not doing, and let's bring the planner to assist us in making this right. So going forward,
make us feel better. I
Yes.
mean, what's the point? Having her come in 2 weeks.
well, there's no harm in it, and she's going to do that because we'll be talking about the other stuff anyway. But what comfort level is she going to give you that you don't already have now?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to her.
I don't have a comfort level because right now, this moving forward, It's open up to any other place in the city of Port Richey.
Do you all think that she's going to magically say something different than what the city manager and city attorney, who has been dealing with her all this time on this actual thing and putting this thing in front of us, is going to say anything different?
Could be, because I didn't talk to this person. I have no clue. Maybe a better understanding.
I mean, I understand it. I don't know why there's what is it that you don't understand?
I just said, by approving this, this allows, after this is approved, we could do this any place in the city limits. And I disagree with that.
Is that true? Because that's not what I'm hearing.
I think there is a possibility of that because, again, anything can be changed by a future council. So just like you're talking tonight, wanting it only in a specific area, 5 years, 10 years from now, a new council could be sitting here saying, well, why don't we open it up to another?
That's not the question. That's obvious, right? Obviously, a different dynamic up here can do absolutely anything, right? So you never can plan and get anywhere if you constantly look to the future of who's going to be sitting here, what decisions it's going to make. But that's a reality no matter what we do. I mean, a future council can say, we don't want any more RV parks. They're gone. Or we want a city full of RV parks. We have a city full of RV parks. I mean, that's the way it works, fellas. But what we're talking about here is if we pass this first reading tonight, one thing, it doesn't do anything until the second reading passes. Right. So let's fast forward. We pass the second reading of this structure of the RV park. When we do that, that doesn't mean that they're going to be knocking down and we're going to have one right outside of Sand Pebble.
It could.
No, it can't, because we got to do the other piece first.
You'd still have to create the text change in the land use plan to allow it.
By us passing this, we can't put an RV park anywhere because we have to do the other piece. I can't write a letter.
And again, just like
without this pen.
Whoever's sitting up here at the time could go any direction, but you're opening up a door to go in that direction.
That's true.
And I disagree with that until we have more information on this.
Tom, do you want an RV park or not is the question. In some way, shape, or form. Do you want to allow it? Because if the answer is no.
I don't.
You don't want an RV park?
Not according to the opening it up to citywide, no.
Well, let me rephrase my question. If you could have an RV park in the city somewhere, obviously there's places you don't want an RV park. We get that. But by not passing this, you won't ever have an RV park anywhere, including that property or any other park. So what you're saying is if you don't pass this, there is no RV park in any scenario.
And that's the reason why I believe we should have the planner to give us more information. What other avenues do we have? What are our options other than this?
Make a motion.
I can't, but okay. I'm gonna call a question and look for a motion on this. I think we've beat this enough. So if somebody could make a motion to move forward or not.
I make a motion that we pause on this and that we bring a planner in to discuss this further so we have a better understanding going forward.
Second.
Have a motion second. Further discussion? Anyone for public comment? Mr. Todd, welcome.
Matthew Todd, 8301 Congress Street. Again, we're getting nowhere. The thing of it is I understand every single one of y'all's concerns. As far as the fire trucks and all that stuff, I got semi trucks that come in there that are 80,000 pounds that make deliveries. I got excavators that are 75,000 pounds. Some of these RVs that are coming in there, they're $1 million, $2 million rigs. So last and foremost, we're not going to have any issues with worried about that because you have insurance requirements that you have to meet. All we're asking is give us some kind of guideline so we can go and draft up some kind of plan, bring it back and present it to you guys. That's all we're asking at this point because regardless, one without the other, you can't do it either way. So the bottom line of it is that's all we're asking. I mean, so we can go and take it to a planner, an engineer, and design all this and come back. And a lot of the sit backs and the density, it isn't going to matter because the way the lake sits and the streams and stuff, where it says 15, we're just trying to have some kind of guideline. It could be way less than that. We don't disagree on that. We don't want stuff piled on top of one another. We want it to be a high-end tourist destination is what we're looking at. So, but if you could just give us a little oomph to kind of, help the project a little bit, because at this point, it's just like we go nowhere from this point. I understand maybe some of you are confused, but the thing of it is even if you approve this and you approve it at the second thing is, we still can't do anything over there till the comprehension plan's changed. Point blank. The thing of it is worried about someone else opening up somewhere else. They would have to go through the same process that I'm going through right now for that to allow. So my point of it is not trying to be smart or ignorant, please. And if I don't try to disrespect any, I'm not the greatest speaker. It's, if you could just give us some kind of footage to just kind of work with, we have nothing. If this gets kicked down again, here it is. It's just like we're all wasting time. I mean, as many times as this has still got to go back to planning and zoning with the site plans. We got to follow state guidelines. We got to follow insurance regulations. Fire hydrants are all going to be put through there. And again, the density, that's going to change with the fire hydrants and every single bit. A lot of that stuff that you guys are worried about, I understand. But the thing of it is for the insurance, to write the insurance on that property, to have that, we have to meet guidelines. So it's just like, thank you for your time.
Can I say something? And I know I'm not supposed to. We're not doing this for you. This is because you are the strongest link. We have to make codes for the
ma'am.
weakest link. So do not take offense to this, Matt.
I'm not, ma'am.
This is because we have to protect the entire city. So this is not against you, sir, at all. So please understand that.
I'm not taking it offensive.
I'm looking out for the weakest link because that chain will break someplace along the line, and it's probably not going to be that property. But if somebody else does it, it could be someplace else, and it could be next to any one of our homes. That's what
I understand.
I know I'm not supposed to do that, so I apologize.
Ma'am, there's nothing there for you to apologize. You made a lot of intelligent comments and stuff like that, and I appreciate all your all's input. All we're asking is if you can just give us.
We're trying.
Just to give us something to try to work with. And here's the thing of it is it's what we're asking for doesn't mean that's going to be it rock solid. This is probably going to have to come back to you about 10 different more times to see if this works for you. So the thing of it is, the only way this is going to work is it has to be a partnership with the developer and you guys. And we're willing to, whatever makes you happy with the road base, whatever makes you happy with the amount of fire hydrants, we're fine with that. So, but again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Matt, I got a question. He pointed.
You want the rest of the comment before I bring it back? I open. Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Anybody else like to speak? Okay, I'll bring it back. Go ahead.
He mentioned we could effectively with these guidelines, this could be replicated anywhere in the city that would meet certain criteria. And how many pieces or parcels would meet that criteria now? And then they would also have to come before this council and address a PUD with their particular requirements. And if they wanted to create an RV park, they'd have to do the same thing that Matt's been.
Yeah, they would have to do, although we would have the text completed, they wouldn't have to go through the request of text change.
Right.
But they would have to, again, if it's any place else in the city, they would still have to get that
PUD
map
created.
Well, they have to do that, but they'd also have to get a map change that would allow the RV PUD
in that location.
Yeah.
So essentially, this creates the PUD for an RV park. This doesn't really attach to his property at this point. Right. This is just the guideline.
Yep.
So subsequent to this, eventually it will attach to that property when a zoning change or something.
The zoning map is updated, yes.
Right. So essentially, what this does is allows framework. Anybody else wanting to put a RV park in a particular place would still have to go through the process, request this, and move forward.
Yeah, this doesn't, and again, I know this is a little bit confusing. All this is doing is laying out where, when and where, if you bring it forward, these are the guidelines you have to follow. Again, the piece that determines where it's going to go is going to be the next step, which is the comprehensive plan text change, which will define where or what it would look like if they came in and requested that zoning change, or that land use change.
Right.
Like right now, nobody could put an RV park in unless, I mean, again, I think you have flexibility within the PUD right now to do it, but you would go in areas that you probably wouldn't want it to go.
And we can opine on that.
Yes, exactly.
So we have the right to cancel those situations.
Yeah.
And because we don't view it as a compatible
right
structure or whatever.
Yeah. And again, when again, assuming that you adopted the guidelines, assuming you went forward with the text change that creates an RV zoning district or RV park land use in the future, then it would have to be applied to a piece of land. And that application is the owner of the land comes in and says, I want to create an RV park. I want to put it on my land. It doesn't have the proper zoning. It doesn't have the proper land use, future land use. So here's my application, my 750 plus whatever the other thing is, and here's my site plan for the PUD, and I want it changed.
That's how a subsequent party would address it. And in theory, this property is already in the process. Or it hasn't even been defined to this. It hasn't even been attached to this.
Yeah,
They still have to come in and do that as well.
And I refer back to what the city attorney's saying is that we're not talking right now about any particular site in the city.
This is in general.
This
is
is
the
this
RV.
is a guideline that should someone come in for an RV park, they have to go through the PUD process to do so. And this is the guidelines that are going to help them develop the master plan that they will present ultimately to the planning and zoning and you for approval.
Any other questions, discussion? Okay, so I've got a motion to table, basically, right?
Right.
Second. So I'm gonna, since this may be a close vote, I'm gonna ask for a roll call vote to be taken.
Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy, I apologize. Councilman Tom, what is your vote?
Aye.
Councilman David Mueller, what is your vote? Councilwoman Linda Rodriguez, what is your vote?
Yay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sheridan Swanson, what is your vote?
Nay.
Mayor Ruben, what is your vote?
Nay. Motion dies. I'll entertain another motion.
Motion to pass the first reading of ordinance number 24-696.
With those modifications, I believe, right?
Yeah. Not there. Moving this.
We're
You can say with the condition, with the amendments mentioned.
with the amendments mentioned.
Second.
I have a motion second for discussion. I'll ask for roll call vote again.
My trusty notepad, sorry. Councilman Tom Cassell.
Nay.
Councilman David Mueller.
Aye.
Councilwoman Linda Rodriguez.
No.
Councilwoman Cherokee Sampson.
Aye.
Mayor.
Aye. Motion carries. Before we move on to the next item, we'll take a small bio break. Let's do 5 minutes and we'll come back.
Oh, thank you. That was my fault. Sorry, guys.
Run for
No, that's okay. Thank you.
I've been going for a little while.
Just turn off your microphones, please.
We'll get there. It's just, I'm gonna look at the big picture. You know, what some of these things turn into. You're a smart man. Full color and give me purple.
No one knows the process. And I said, well, this I will say, Hey, Nathan. How are you? I can give you a flyer, you can show it. I usually set Mayor's been there, chief in the fire department, so, but I will show up like that. Let me give you a flyer. Okay. This is through Somebody Cares. It's still got the time flexibility too. We got 2 flyers because I work in our church and that here. So this is what we did. So they're the same thing, just 2 different flyers. I kind of like ours. I work with Jerry. So Jerry did one and I did the other.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, we're gonna resume the meeting. So next up is item number 5, second reading of ordinance number 24-697, amending chapter 109.
Resume the meeting. Item number 5, second reading of ordinance number 24-697, amending chapter 109, article 3, division 5, section 109-424 of the City of Port Richey Code of Ordinance to clarify when temporary placement of recreational vehicles is allowed. I'll pass that to Ms. Meyer for her second reading.
Thank you. Ordinance number 24-697, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, amending Chapter 109, Article 3, Division 5, Section 109-424 of the City of Port Richey Code of Ordinances to clarify when temporary placement is allowed, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. You want me to talk, or do you want to do it?
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to go ahead and talk. This is a second reading. This did go to planning and zoning. We thought there may be a discrepancy between the number of days RVs could be parked within the city because other provisions allow for different timeframes. But what that conversation led to is this is for a specific purpose, and it's supposed to be after states of emergency and that kind of thing. The requirements are FEMA-based requirements. So all this is doing is clarifying that this particular placement's only in flood hazard areas after the city declares a state of emergency, and it is in compliance with FEMA.
Motion, ordinance, and/or discussion.
Motion to approve the second reading of ordinance number 24-697.
I second that. Motion second. Any further discussion? Anyone from the public like to comment? See no hands, I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, item number 6, approval of resolution number 24-05, statewide mutual aid agreement. I'll pass that to Mr. Coppler for introduction.
Yes, in the event of an emergency that overwhelms our fire department's abilities, we may request the state's assistance to assemble emergency resources from across the state. The reverse is true as we agree to supply resources, if available, support others across the state upon request. The obligation of the state is only to the extent that reimbursement is funded by the state legislature. And we reference an article to look at. This agreement is a reciprocal emergency aid and assistance in case of emergencies, too extensive to be dealt with unassisted. Chapter 252 of Florida statute authorizes such agreements. Florida statute 252.40 is a 1-year agreement which the city can opt out of on 60 days notice. It will renew automatically for a year, so the opt-out must be done before the term ends.
Look for motion or discussion. Oh, go ahead.
Resolution 24-05, resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Richey adopting the statewide mutual aid agreement and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve resolution number 2405, statewide mutual aid agreement.
I second that.
A motion second for discussion.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
It's authorizing the mayor's signature as opposed to the city manager. I'm curious. I mean, we did the law enforcement that was the city manager, and this is requiring a mayor's. I don't understand.
It's a resolution. I mean, it doesn't. You can. I guess you could have the city manager sign. There's no rhyme or reason behind it.
Well, I would have to sign the resolution.
Resolution, mayor would
And
sign
the
those.
mutual aid agreement, I think, does that get signed as well?
Oh, I see. It's two different things.
Well, this is the approved resolution for that. I think it's been.
Yeah, but it's allowing the mayor to enter into the statewide mutual aid
Hold on.
agreement
Let me look at the agreement.
as opposed to the city manager.
1 second. Let me get to the end of it.
I'm just curious. I mean, we need this. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a good question. Let me look at
And I would imagine that nobody could sign the resolution but myself or vice mayor.
Are we just asking on the resolution itself, the signature on that, or are we talking about the agreement later on?
Well, the agreement says that the mayor would sign according to the motion.
If you look at the attachment, statewide mutual aid agreement 2023, it doesn't have a separate place to sign the agreement. That I can see.
If you go all the way back, page 73.
That's it. We're down to Vice City.
I'll speculate. But before I speculate, the city has signed this before, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Who signed it then? I thought we had that.
Should be in our document library.
We did have it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. It was sent to me at some point.
Because if I'm not mistaken, city attorney agreed with
Yeah,
it.
no, we had it, and that's when I said I needed to
But-
do agreement.
But my speculation is that for emergencies, if I'm not mistaken, I think even does the charter refer to it, that for emergency purposes, the mayor has some interaction with the state. Yeah. Yeah.
The mayor and city manager.
Yeah, I can't remember how that's worded. Usually with the state, it's always the chief elected official that they require. But again, I'm new to Florida, so I'm not going to speculate that much. But that would be the only reason I would think that would be the case. But since we've signed it before, it'll be interesting to see what we've done.
Really fast. It's annoying to some people.
While they're looking at that, I wanted to mention that 60-day auto renewal notice. Are you guys tracking those renewal
notices on our contracts like that that have auto renewals in a calendar so that these things just don't get awarded by lapse of time?
The right answer is yes. Good. But let me check that to verify that right answer.
So is this question, Tom, just a curious question, or do you actually have a problem? with something?
No,
Just curious.
I'm more curious
Yeah.
because the law enforcement side of it, it was
Right.
city manager, and
Well, that was the county
Yeah.
MMA. This is the state. So it's a different level of government we're dealing with.
just curious on it. I mean, regardless, we need it.
Sure.
Back in 2021, did you
The
find
mayor
it?
signed it.
The mayor did sign it. Yeah.
The mayor did sign
Resolution.
Signed it?
Yeah, the mayor signed it previously. The previous mayor signed it previously. It was during the previous season there. And a resolution would be signed by the mayor.
So we signed both, the actual agreement and
There,
or just,
I think it's kind of like this one. Let me double check though. I don't think it.
It's similar, but it's formatted different. That's the one thing that I think we all noticed.
state one?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not specific on the state one. It's just one legal authority for the city to do it. I mean, in terms of disaster, he makes decisions for the city, correct? But if you're signing the original form, either one of you on this table will accept.
The prior 2021, both the resolution and the agreement were signed by previous.
There's a typo in the page 58. It's MAY.
Yes. We don't.
Oh,
That's already been fixed. That is not a typo. It's
The digital copy is up to date.
I just noticed that too. So to answer the question, both previous agreement and previous resolution were signed by the previous mayor. And so a lot of times we'll have agreements come through that the city manager will sign, but resolutions are signed by the mayor.
Just so you know, I won't charge any extra for that. So I've got motion second. Is there any further discussion? Anyone for public comment? Seeing no hands, I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item number 7, approval of resolution number 24-06, adopting a sponsorship policy for the city of Port Richey. I'll pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
Thank you. At the last meeting, I presented this policy to you that stems from the budget discussions regarding fireworks program. Council wanted the staff to start seeking sponsorships to help expand the show and make it a better production. Staff was believing that we needed to have some type of policy to revert back to as we reached out to businesses seeking for them to give money to the city to help sponsor that. The city attorney was going to be working on that. I kind of interceded, found a number of different policies, recommended one from a city in Ohio that I felt covered a lot of the different items that we needed. It did it fairly straightforward. She agreed it was a pretty decent one to work with. We have amended it to meet the needs of our city. And again, as I said, we presented it to you for your review at the last meeting. And now we come for you asking for approval tonight.
And I'll pass it to Ms. Meyer for her reading.
Resolution number 24-06, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Richey, Florida, adopting a sponsorship policy and providing for an effective date.
I'll open up for motion and or discussion.
Motion to approve resolution number 24-06, adopting a sponsorship policy.
Second that.
And motion second for discussion. Anyone public got comment? No hands, I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item number 8, approval of consulting proposal for Imagine Cody River Landing, community engagement vision scope of services in the amount of $15,000. I'll pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
Thank you. As everyone knows, we talked a little bit about it earlier tonight. We are in the process of looking at changing the comprehensive land use plan for areas covered under the waterfront overlay district. This consideration is caused by the potential redevelopment of the waterfront area, which could be prevented by existing density and height requirements found in the zoning code and the city's comprehensive land use plan. Before the city council would consider such changes, gaining the input and insight of today's city residents on the redevelopment of the area is critical to forming a coherent strategy and policy. To that end, Veranda Consulting, Inc., the city's planning consultant for such matters, prepared a scope of services to gather citizen input for a vision of the Cody River Landing area. The proposed scope of services offered by Veranda Consulting was considered by the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee at its 2 meetings. Based upon dialogue during the first meeting, the final draft scope of services as presented was discussed. The scope of services broken down into 3 tasks: project understanding, data gathering, discovery, assessments, and the third one, feedback and recommendations. The most important part of this project will be task 2. During task 2, the consultant will be conducting a community vision workshop that will bring stakeholders together to discuss conditions, trends, viewpoints, and ideas related to the redevelopment of the Cody River Landing. The workshop will take place over 4 hours, offering an open house style where residents, businesses, and other interested parties can speak with city representatives about the Cody River Landing. Following this interactive workshop, the consultant will place the results on a webpage that will be created to facilitate post-workshop review, as well as allow for further input from residents and businesses that were not able to attend. The city will also provide opportunities at City Hall for visitors to provide feedback, similar to what we've been doing with the CRA plan update. Based upon the scope of services presented by Veranda Inc., the cost would be $15,000. It is proposed that funding for this project come from the contingency line item in penny for Pasco.
Open up for motion and discussion.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Is it possible to put a question about RV parks into this thing, since we're asking the residents and we're already paying them? Just one single line item?
I think the easy answer is yes, we can do it. I don't know if it shouldn't cause any changes in cost, but if it were to make any changes, it'd probably be a minimal, impact. But I think it would possibly, yes.
I mean, I think that would be a good, since we're already doing the information, I think one single line item, I think that would be a good idea.
The only thing with this is the office scope, they're talking about doing visualization, stuff like that. Are you talking about including all that as well?
Yeah, you do whatever they're gonna do, and then this is a separate single line item for the residents. Is this something that you would like to see in the city of Port Richey?
But going, again, there's a couple different phases here, public involved. Do you want that same level of
I think I would leave that
presentation?
If they agree to do that, I would think I would leave that up to the professionals to make that decision as to where that would be the most appropriate.
Depending on the depth of what you want out of that probably would increase the cost.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about messing with technology, be able to virtualize this or whatever. So
I'd also point out this is a 10-week plan. What we talked about earlier would probably be done in, well, I guess the comp plan will take more than 10 weeks. So yeah, forget it. Ignore what I say.
And let me also add that obviously this is being put in place for the other large project, much larger than the other. And so I think that we had the first reading. The public could be here tonight. The public could be here for the second reading. The public could be here for all the different aspects of the RV park to voice their concerns. We had a workshop.
Against asking the public their question if this is already going out. Why would you be?
I'm not against that.
Oh,
but I'm just saying that obviously you're compacting something in to provide another point of public engagement on something that it's complicating it. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. There probably will be some more costs. There probably will be some time delays. And again, this other project is what this is focused on. To muddy the water with that, just for the sake of public comment, we've got plenty of opportunity for public comment. So I don't think we're gaining anything by putting that in here, but it is costing the city money to do that. And it's
Well, we
just,
don't know that. We've not asked them.
well, it depending on the depth that you want to get involved in looking at the potential of RV parks and all that, they're not going to do it for free. I wouldn't.
Well, we don't know. We didn't ask them.
So
I think, again, I would look at it really as two different projects. And if we can get input at the same time when we have an audience there, I mean, I think it would. So if you looked at it and said, well, we need to do something similar for RV parks, but not quite the same, to replicate that in that process, you know, it would be more expensive unless we could and somehow utilize that time that we're there in that. So, I mean, there's going to be a cost. I mean, I know there will be a cost. If we tried to do it at the same time, and I'm not saying that this is even feasible. I mean, we have to ask the question, like you said.
I'm just saying, that's all I'm saying is, can we ask the question? That's all.
Don't we have a consulting arrangement with
Yeah.
that individual so that we can certainly engage them at a different level?
Yeah, I mean,
and the level that may be more appropriate for that.
Yeah.
And maybe at a better cost rate rather
Yeah.
than taking the focus off the main thing.
Yeah, and there is a dramatic difference, I think, at the level of what we're doing that you wouldn't see for that question.
right. There's not a lot of visioning that needs to be done to RV parks. I mean, we all know what they are. The question is, if we want to poll the residents, whatever. I don't know if this is the avenue to do that, because this is more as to, you know, we're talking about that waterfront development, what that could be. If it was going to be an RV park, it would be just an RV park. There's not a lot of imagination that goes into that, right? But this particular project we're paying these guys for is to envision what development would look like down there with, you know, multifamily housing, with shops and all. And so that's a huge difference from just an RV park. So again, I'm not opposed to public comment. I love public comment. Matter of fact, when I got elected, I asked for more public comment and created the quarterly town halls. We're going to have one this month. Put it out that bring your concerns about RV parks on the.
It might not be concerns. It
I
might have been
totally get your
overwhelming
point.
yes. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I'm not
I
saying
am
it's-
all about
I'm not
public
saying
comment.
it's concerns.
You will never hear a disagreement on that. But I don't necessarily want to muddy this and spend more money to get potential for public comment on that. It's not really what this is. The focus is on this is a very important piece of the Waterfront Overlay District project.
I'm aware. I know that.
But I don't think that's, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that's what you're suggesting.
No.
You're saying, hey, since we're doing this, is it an opportunity to engage
Ask a
on this
question.
other,
That's all.
right?
Forget it.
So let me,
Stupid idea.
Ask. No, it's a great idea.
No, it's not.
That's not true, Linda. Now, don't. And I'm all about public comment, but again, this has a cost to it, right? And so we can ask a question, and we can opine on it when it comes back. If it's going to be $100, I'll throw it out of my pocket to get them in here. So that question's fine.
I got a question on this. I believe Penny for Pasco is only allowed for capital expenditures. I'm not sure whether, I believe it said it had to have a life of 5 years is what we had for the definition of expenditures under Penny for Pasco. And I believe this to be an OpEx expense unless we're attaching it to some bigger thing and it's just an ongoing cost. So my recommendation is breaking this out of the CRA, since that's where the funds were going to be to drive this project. And also there's an extra zero in the total cost of the project, not to exceed $15 million. I think we need to back that down to 15,000.
you know,
What do you think?
big projects need big money.
I get it.
But I think we kind of looked at that and felt that there is the avenue to use studies that ultimately would lead to redevelopment in that.
So we would capitalize that and not expense that expenditure, right?
No, I don't have the resolution in front of me for Penny for Pasco, but it does say as long as it's like a public purpose, the land, you can use it for studies as well.
So I believe that, because I had that question when I was sitting out here, and I was told we can't use it for this or we can't use it for that, and the discussion came back that no, it had to be a capital expenditure with a life of estimated of 5 years.
That's one of the stipulations, but there's multiple. I think
There's-
there's 4 different items that it can be used for.
Okay. But there again, I think this ought to come out of CRA instead of penny for Pasco. I don't believe it was in one of our estimated line items in there. It was probably a contingency.
Yeah, it's a contingency.
Where do we have the most money?
But the concern about CRA, and we didn't look into that, but that has to be in the plan for that type of expenditure. I know we started to look for things, but I don't know if the plan actually allows for that type of expenditure.
And are we talking about the plan of 2009 that's out there? I know it's getting rewritten now, right?
Yeah. And we have to go by what's already adopted. And I don't know, I looked up this particular project when we were talking about it, but it was, our plan was very big on finding parking and parking and parking and more parking. I don't remember what else it referenced expenditure for. I'd have to look at that.
Reference fire trucks and dredging and police officers and water and sewer, which we're doing, and streets and sidewalks
When
and
it can't
drainage.
just reference, because the plan itself talks about a lot of different things, but it doesn't, and I'm not saying the ones you're mentioning aren't specifically the plan to work on it, but a lot of the plan was very interesting the way it was written, because it kind of would talk about, oh, we have parks, and oh, we have these things, and we have all these amenities, but it wasn't a plan to do anything to them.
Right, it was just
needs-
numbers on a piece
Right,
of paper.
and it needs to be a plan to do something, right? So that was one of the things I'm sure is being corrected with our
You mean
current.
lack of substance?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Is your concern you don't want to come out paying for Pasco? Is that, you want to take
Yeah,
that?
I
Is it-
think it ought to.
Is that something we could spend some
In other
ARPA money
words-
on?
In other words, if we were planning on spending money here, down in the waterfront district, and this is with CRA funds, and this is a plan to define that, what we think is going to fit there, I think it's more appropriately matched to CRA rather than paying for Pasco. That's all I'm saying.
We can take it back and take a look at it and see what the different options are
Well,
for it.
regardless, I think the thing needs to move forward. But the reality is, where do you charge it, and what's the most appropriate place to book it to, right?
I pulled up the resolution for Penny for Pasco, probably what you're reading too. She and I read a lot of the same things. I'm noticing that, but it does say one of the things that can be used for is public improvements of a variety of a varying nature, designed to improve public safety or to improve cultural and recreational opportunities for the residents of the city. I think that's what this is, right? This is. I may be wrong. Maybe I don't know what development this is, but I think that's for the waterfront district, right?
I think it would fall under those guidelines.
Yeah.
Personally, based on the verbiage that they at Penny for Pasco are saying. So I think that it is good. I'm so tired.
Well, one, it's a very small amount of money.
Yeah.
Comparative, like, and so by changing that, it's going to obviously delay it. And this is very important to get this out and get them started and get that public input session so we can continue to move forward with waterfront development, right? Whatever that is. And so I guess procedurally, if we wanted to change that, we would have to roll this 2 weeks out to get it on CRA agenda. Right.
Or do we?
Because we can't prove it here.
Right. I follow you there.
And so at the end of the day, whatever happens with CRA money, that CRA money, let's just say, it proves blight, right, and all different things. So we can use CRA money for, let's They could spend this 15,000 out of Penny for Pasco. We couldn't buy a car, thing, truck or anything with CRA, but there's probably some things in Penny for Pasco infrastructure wise that we could spend either or. Penny for Pasco, like let's just use boat ramp improvement. So we can offset that $15,000 later down the line by paying for something out of CRA and plan ahead for that. That wouldn't hold us up. So again, we're not talking about a huge amount.
I'm okay with it is. I just was raising.
I think you're right. Could come out of there for sure.
But, you know, if somebody decides later on, do some little research after the fact and say, oh, by the way, we need to move it to here, to there, that can be done at a future meeting. Yeah, make a motion to approve item number 8. Motion to approve Verana Consulting for the the Imagine Cody River Landing community engagement and vision scope of services.
Second. Motion second. Further discussion? Any public comment? No hands will bring it back for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item number 9. Purchase of 2024 Nissan Ariya Engage electric crossover SUV for building department and surplus 2009 Honda Fit. I'll pass it to Mr. Coppola for introduction.
The building department is requesting the purchase of a 2024 Nissan Ariya Engage electric crossover SUV. The vehicle would be purchased using the Florida Sheriff's Association Cooperative Purchasing Program contract FSA 23-L31.0. Competitive process for this procurement contract began in May of 2023. Cooperative Purchasing Program sent direct notification to 716 prospect bidders to participate, as well as advertising in statewide publication. In the end, 19 qualified bids were submitted. Final award was for 3 lowest bidders per item per zone of the state of Florida. The requested vehicle is a 2024 Nissan Ariya Engage electric crossover SUV purchased from Terry Taylor's Land Nissan Inc. for a base price of $48,203. The purchase is highlighted in the attached information for this item. The quote was received on February 22nd, 2024 from the dealership. I believe we also had an update to that number that lowered it by $4,000.
So pass it over, right?
Yeah.
Oh, take one. Oh, I'm sorry.
This replacement vehicle was provided for in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget in the Penny for Pasco Fund. At the same time, the building department is requesting the council to surplus the vehicle that this purchase will replace a 2009 Honda Fit.
Open up for motion and or discussion.
Yes.
You have the floor, Dave.
I have some issues. I'm glad you picked up the new number because that's what I was able to pull off their website. But that's not the big issue. The big issue is this is about twice the price of the Toyota Corolla that would be in the same kind of scenario. But I get some other questions. Do we know what the actual mileage is on the Terrain and the Fit?
Say that again?
The miles on the current vehicle that's getting traded.
The Fit was 58,000.
58K?
Some change.
And the Terrain. We don't know that either. All right.
I didn't look that.
And then who is this vehicle for? And how will it be used?
Well, it's used for daily operations in the building department. It could be the business tax person that goes out and visits a business for business tax receipts. It's used by administration as well because they do not have fleet vehicles, so they utilize these vehicles. So,
Do we have mileage logs on these vehicles? On our current vehicles? So we know who's using them, how often?
it gets done by with their gas card, goes by their employee number, and then gas up and stuff like that. But
Do we have an in-house reimbursement policy with regard to personal use of vehicle reimbursing fuel or mileage, like 50, 60 cents a mile?
Yeah.
Okay. I've already illustrated looking at other vehicles that are non-EVs. Have we addressed what the cost of an EV plug is to install?
yes, I'm just waiting back. Duke, if I applied with Duke on our behalf, and they will come in and put it in and maintain it for free. We just have to pay for the whatever we charge it for. We would be a host for the city, and it may not just be one, maybe multiple. But I'm just waiting to hear back from them. But I applied for them, and that's pretty much what kind of like the same thing that Newport's got, except they have a whole parking lot full of them. So that's one of the things I looked at.
Is that infrastructure contingent upon this purchase price? That's just is that contingent upon this purchase?
No, it's just in general.
Okay, so
we get because even if we don't get it, we could still be a host for residents.
No, that's good. I'm glad you're pursuing that.
And then I've heard from a Coast Guard guy that we're in Fort Myers that they've had these electric vehicles that are 100% versus a hybrid. They've had issues with extensive corrosion in coastal communities, so that's something of concern as well. I noticed that we're always using the sheriff's office for some of these vehicle quotes. Is there ability to use Pasco or the state of Florida fleet program or anything like that?
We can. It's just I've always, when I came in here, that's what they used with the Pasco sheriffs. But I mean, we would have to go out to the bid process. I think the way that they're doing equipment and stuff, put it out on the bid program and have people get on it. I don't know.
You're buying it off their contract.
Yes.
Essentially not bidding it. It's already been bid and authorized. So we're piggybacking on that. But I'm thinking that the state of Florida might have a better one than sheriff's office. I think there's more volume there, I would think. But anyway, back to the cost. At a 23,000 versus a 43,000, that's a significant difference. And even if you add in the dollars for the fuel, you're talking 35 versus 45. You're still 10,000 over, and that's after a 10-year life. I'm just wondering if we don't have any logs to represent how much and who's using this vehicle. I know you guys have trucks, so who else is driving this thing? And we have two vehicles. The Terrain, that's an administrative vehicle in the building department. So everybody in the building department.
We also have people who go to, if we have somebody who's got to go to a conference or they're going to a training or something, that vehicle's out of the way. I can't have the city manager driving people around in the Fit. So.
What about
we don't turn vehicles out every once in a while,
They'd be riding around in the Jeep.
The Fit's 15 years old. The Terrain is almost 10 years old. So we're not flipping vehicles.
The Terrain is a 2018.
I was told 2017. Okay.
I'll
go.
I mean, that's just what I'm going by.
I'll go 6
with
years.
The records.
Okay, so 6 years.
Okay. And I'm driving a 2009 vehicle now with 150,000 miles on it. Runs great, top drops. I mean, it goes. All right. So the point is I think we can better spend our money, maybe, and defer this till the point of it that we maybe accumulate some data that shows a need rather than want. And I don't think the EVs are the way to go. I mean, personally, I know Chet. I had a thorough discussion with him before, and I was actually surprised to see him up here. But he recommends a hybrid. So there is a hybrid solution for a Corolla,
and it was around 27,000. I was able to get into that website, look at all the prices of all the vehicles, and I just think that we need to move on from that and wait.
Yeah. I came up today to look at the Fit, let's get an idea of what we had. Clean car. I mean, it's not, it's not, everybody wants the best and the greatest, right? But it's a clean car. It started right up. It seemed to run fine. I didn't take it for a drive, but it has 58,000 miles on it. I don't imagine that it's necessarily used daily. Is there a rough idea how often that Fit? I didn't take the other one. That was just another car that's only 6 years old. I didn't even look at it because that's not really in play here. But that's a car there. If we didn't have the Fit at all, would we need another car? How that was set? So,
well, like I said, if we surplus the Fit, and we have the terrain left, somebody goes to a conference, Matt or somebody else in administration needs a vehicle. There's not another vehicle.
right. So in case so that's what happens when you have somebody go to a conference for say a week. That car is missing for the week, so then you're down to one basically for administration. So did you look at what's the value of the Fit that we'd be getting if we sold it or surplus
I
it?
think it's between 5 and 7. I give it to the city manager. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's like 5 to 7, something like that. Through Kelly book.
1,000 or 100?
1,000.
So I mean, from my perspective, we can always buy vehicles. I don't know that the need necessarily is pressing because it is a vehicle that runs and it's like Dave said, he drives over that. My truck's 2007. It's got 90-some thousand miles on it, and I take it anywhere. So again, I think that there's a lot of the pressing things we need to spend money on as opposed to vehicles. I get it. I'd like to have the newest and sharpest fleet in the state, but unfortunately, we got to make tough decisions on how we deploy those resources because we have such few. So I would recommend that we continue with the Fit as it is, and then revisit this at another time when it's
Is there
more
a maintenance
pressing.
record on it? Repairs?
I'm sorry.
Maintenance records, repairs?
There is. I don't have them off the top of my head. I know that we just put brand new tires on it in the last budget season. It was all oxidized. We put brand new paint job on it. It did have to go to Farmeries. I don't remember. I think it was around $1,200 for work on the interior for the motor. Just off the top of my head. I don't know past prior to that. Those are just the ones that I run off for recognition.
And just let comment on going to conferences and whatnot. I mean, what's the 68.5? What's the 67.5 cents a mile or something? What's the? Yeah. Yeah. So even if they didn't use the Fit, right, and they use their own personal vehicle, you're talking a couple $100, depending on where it's at. I mean, you can do that too. But it's going to take a lot of trips to get $43,000.
So, I have a similar question to Tom. So when it comes to Honda Fits, it looks like one of the most common issues is a starter problem. Have you all ever had that?
Not that I recall in the 2 years I've been here, but it could have been. I don't know.
Okay. And then, so personally, this is my personal opinion, I have many mechanics in my family. They don't recommend having cars over a certain age right now because the parts since 2022, since the pandemic, have really become so scarce. So I just foresee having a 2009 Honda Fit that breaks down tomorrow. Let's just say it does. Do we have the ability to find a mechanic, who's going to be able to work on it? Because right now, all of the different mechanics that are coming out of their schools, they're usually working on electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, and the more modern vehicles. Now, I can open up a 2010 or 1991 Ford, and I know what I'm looking at. I open up a 2020 Mini Cooper, I have no idea. But those parts might not be available anymore. My only concern is that if we did keep the 2009 Honda Fit, would we be able to have all the parts for it? Would we be able to order those parts? Would we be able to, and if we were able to order them, I just looked like we're ordering them from out of the country. So that would be an extra cost.
And I would say if it was a mission critical vehicle, which I don't know if it reaches that status, would you say it's mission critical?
Well, yeah, it could be used for everyday stuff. I mean, I know grants people take people out. I know Sal's taking engineers around the city. BTR can use it. I know PD is evidence and records have used our vehicles. So, am I going to sit here and say it's going to be used every single day? I can't guarantee that.
No.
But I have 3 conferences a year that could be state, could be in the state, could be out of state. BTRs, they have 2 a year. I have zoning girl who has to go to classes. I have permit tech who has classes. We all have continuing education stuff. So it could be, I mean, we could have that vehicle on the road 6, 7, 8 months out of the year. Just depends.
Or they could use their own vehicle and we reimburse them for their mileage.
Well, I can tell you.
I mean, that's the way it was done.
I'm not driving my vehicle to do business for the city. I do that now. I drive an hour and 15 minutes one way, each way. I've done it for 2 years. Now, am I going to drive that vehicle to Miami to do city business? Absolutely not. And I don't think that we should ask our staff to do that either. But that's just my opinion.
As is it mine.
I'll have to say, I think that we should definitely have vehicles for our staff to use, and we should make sure that they have the access to those vehicles and vehicles. Like maybe, we don't need a brand new 2024, etc., but maybe even one that's only 2 years old, maybe one that is an electric vehicle, hybrid vehicle. I approve of that because I'm very eco-friendly and I think that's amazing. But I think that we should definitely surplus the Honda Fit and look for a vehicle that isn't so old and that is mechanically repairable and that we can find mechanics who can repair it. We have to consider all of those different things.
Let me just make a note here. That particular vehicle has a 200-mile range. Can't make it to Miami. So now what do? Spend the night, charge it up, continue to drive to Miami. I don't think the EV is the way to go. I think there's other options and they need to be considered. You could almost acquire 2 vehicles for the price of that. And I don't think it's the most economical way. As Chet mentioned, the vehicle that he bought was a Hyundai. He paid $26,000. He's getting 56 miles per gallon. It's a hybrid. So I think we need to do a little more work on this. I don't think this is the right solution. And I'd like to make a motion to table this.
I'll take the motion to table, but before we get a second, if you want to make a comment.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, get a consensus here. Is it that you don't want to replace the vehicle, or is it you're willing to replace the vehicle with a lesser cost vehicle?
Possibly, yeah. I think somebody needs to do a little more work. We came in with one item, didn't even consider a hybrid, didn't even consider a gas solution.
And I'd like to obviously know the use. We talked a lot about going on trips or whatever. Again, I agree with Dave. I would not want to, if I was a city employee, I wouldn't want to jump in a hybrid and have to go 200 miles and charge it up for however long it takes. How long it takes, I don't have a hybrid. I mean, a hybrid, but electric. But it's not really conducive to long travel. So if that's the use case, that's probably not the vehicle for that. Now, if it's something, the vehicle to drive around town or whatever, that makes some sense, right? And then maybe they take the other one that's 6 years old on their trips or whatever. So I think we need to line out what our use is going to be for this, and if it's a secondary vehicle or if it's primary vehicle, and what's going to be used for. And I'd like to see it compared to what we have now. Again, we can always buy vehicles, and I would say this doesn't sound like it's mission critical. if it was to die and we couldn't get it fixed or whatever, we could relatively act on that pretty quickly. I would even say keep it as a budget line item, and at any point we need to move forward and purchase the vehicle, we can do that. But I don't know if now is the right time.
I'd like to see getting an idea what the hybrid would cost as opposed
Yeah,
to,
absolutely.
and compare, but continue with that SUV type. I think it's important as opposed to a little sedan.
Mhm.
But take a look at what the hybrid would cost.
So I got a motion to table. Does anyone second the motion to table?
I'll second the motion to table. But can I make it?
Sure.
But I would like to definitely surplus the 2009 just because of my mechanic family, because I know that some of them are watching. I'm
What?
being funny.
I don't think we can surplus
Right away.
until
I
we
know, until we
replace
find a replacement, but we should find a replacement that is a hybrid that can definitely go long ways, but also has the electric capabilities and maybe doesn't cost so much.
So we got a motion to table.
Motion
Second.
seconded.
Okay. Any further discussion? Anyone for public comment? So I'm gonna bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That's the last item of business. Moving on to discussion of old business. Is there any discussion of old business? Okay. Looking for a motion.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned.